What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, shoot. Hold on 1 second. What's going on with this thing? All right, there we go. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. On this video, I want to talk about Kristina Khorram, and I actually spelled her name wrong. Hold on 1 second. I knew I did something. I knew I spelled her name wrong. I'll be right back. Be right back, man. My bad, y'all. That was a damn ordeal, man. I messed her name up. What's up, y'all, man? Kristina Khorram. Where is she? This is supposed to be Diddy's chief of staff, right? Top of the morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Kristina Khorram, supposed to be Diddy's chief of staff, and I was just having a conversation with somebody who was like, "Where is she?" I was like, "Man, I know where she at, man." And I know I didn't say that. I think I know what's going on. It was like, "Really? You know what's going on? Let me know." I said, "I will make a video on it." Hold on 1 second. Okay, I'm here. I said I'm gonna make a video on it, and here you go. So Kristina Khorram, you might know her as Diddy's chief of staff. Diddy once said that he don't know what I don't something like he don't know what he'll do without her. She's like his right hand. And we've been hearing about Kristina Khorram throughout this whole Khorram. That's her name, Khorram. Been hearing about Kristina Khorram throughout this whole trial. Like, where is she, man? Like, is she going to testify or not? Because we only have a couple people left that's slated to testify. We only have a few more people slated to testify for the government. They said they're going to rest their case either next Wednesday or Friday. Now, the interesting part about it is Brendan Paul, aka Jonathan Perez, or Jonathan Perez, whatever the hell his name is. But anyway, he's supposed to testify, or I think. I don't know. I don't know who's supposed to testify, to be honest with you. You said John Taylor, Dr. Pepper. Hold on one second. Let me see something real quick. Okay, well, hold on. Hold on. This is what I'm going to do. People can't act right, man. So I'm going to have to, hold on one second. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Hold on one second. I just got to change my settings. They know I'm about to change my settings for sure. Oh, yes, I'm about to change them. Oh, it's the power of the settings, I tell you. Go to subscribers, go to custom. We're going to go to days. Let's go to 5 days. You can't comment in here if you ain't been a member for 5 days. I'm sorry I have to do that because these people are crazy. And trolls don't subscribe. They don't. So trolls don't subscribe. So we just gonna do it like this. You just listen to the content. How about that? Because I'm sorry guys, it's just too many trolls, man. So that took care of that situation right there. I thought maybe I could do it one day to where, you know, I don't have to do all this, but I have to. Ban user and delete. Okay, all that's cleared up. All right, we back to normal. So we only have a few other people slated to testify. Okay. Yeah, so the reason why he called himself Jonathan Perez is a name he professionally used while working for Diddy. So just to let y'all know that. But he's slated to testify, and who else do we have? A final government witness. One last law enforcement agent is expected to take the stand. That suggests roughly 4 to 5 witnesses remain. Hold on, let's see. The government lawyers have indicated they'll call 2 more summary witnesses next. These are people who will provide overviews rather than detailed direct testimony. Key former assistant. Following the summary witnesses, they plan to call Combs' former assistant Brendan Paul, aka Jonathan Perez, and then they plan to call a final government witness. Then one last law enforcement agent. So there's about 4 to 5 witnesses left before they close their case. I mean, before they rest their case, the government. But where's Kristina Khorram? Kristina Khorram. Well, I think I know. You ready for this? I don't know if I can sing. Doom, doom, doom. Solid, mm, solid as a rock, rock, rock. Solid. She's solid as a rock, rock. You get what I'm saying? She's solid as a damn rock. Because she's not sitting up there painting like the rest of them. She's not going to be sitting up there painting no story. She says she ain't testifying, man. Okay? Solid. Solid as a rock. That's what she is, man. She's solid, man. Straight up. She didn't want to sit up there and testify. So let's see. Kristina Khorram, aka KK, Khorram, KK, former chief of staff of Sean Diddy Combs, has been mentioned in this ongoing federal trial by many people. According to news outlets, prosecutors have described her as an agent and co-conspirator in Combs' alleged activities. However, she has not been called to testify in court. Her attorneys have stated that she cannot tell her story until the criminal trial is over and the civil cases are resolved. Well, well, yeah, okay. Until the criminal cases are resolved. In the meantime, Khorram has issued a public statement denying all allegations, including involvement in any sexual assault or drug-related misconduct, saying the claims are false and damaging. As of mid-June 2025, Khorram has not taken a stand in this trial. Her attorney has indicated that she will likely wait until after the criminal trial concludes and related civil cases are resolved. Media speculation, legal analysts suggest it could be only a matter of days before she called to testify, but no official confirmation from the court or the prosecution exists. So again, they said legal analysts suggest that she could be testifying in a matter of days, but there's no official statement on that. So is she going to testify or not? Because they have until Wednesday or Friday, they said. But as of right now, it looks like they're going to close out Wednesday. It looks like Jonathan Perez, a.k.a. Brendan Paul, he might be on the stand for a little bit. Okay, maybe the whole day, maybe. I don't know. But now, what might her testimony involve? Court testimony and prior witnesses' statements have implicated Khorram in a range of actions, such as assisting in the alleged transport of drugs across state lines, coordinating logistics around hotel incidents and surveillance, helping manage Combs' communications about relationships and personal matters, arranging cosmetic procedures for a former girlfriend under his direction. If she testifies, her role could be pivotal in the government's case, strengthening claims that there is a coordinated operation. Defense strategy: if she asserts she did not knowingly participate in any wrongdoings, her account could challenge the prosecution's allegations. Again, the summary: where is she? Widely discussed at trial, but not currently testifying. She has not appeared. She has not been called to the stand yet. Will she testify? Uncertain. It's possible, but not confirmed by the court. Nobody has confirmed it. So if people are saying she coming, nobody's confirmed it. I'm telling you, nobody confirmed it. Period. So for all you people that's getting paid out there, to report your nonsense, because it's nonsense. I'm telling you, it's nonsense. What y'all report is nonsense. I'm just telling you it is. Um, you're attacking attorneys that can literally mop the floor with you. Literally. Literally mop the floor with you. We got people that's attacking attorneys that can't even read, man. That can't even read legal documents. When I say can't read, they don't understand what they're reading. That's what I mean. They can't go comprehend it. And for me, it's laughable. But again, I digress. But the thing is, here, we don't know if she's going to testify. It is now Saturday. Okay? Comprehend. That's what I meant. They can't comprehend. Now, we don't know where she is. We don't know where she is. She could pop up like the Candyman. I don't know, like Kanye did. But as it stands right now, I think she's solid as a rock. Okay? So he got to know who's in his corner now. He has to know this. If anything, he knows now who's in his corner. She's like, I mean, I get why she's not testifying. She said she want to wait till the criminal trial is over and the lawsuit's over. And then she will resurface. If she will, I don't know. Now, we all had speculated that this Brendan Paul person more than likely will testify. And guess what? We got our answer. He's the last material witness. So here's my thing. So if he's the last material witness, more than likely he's going to testify to so let me just go back. So the prosecution has called approximately 28 witnesses so far in the federal case. 2 more summary witnesses are next. There are people who will provide overviews rather than detailed direct testimony. Key former assistant, that's Brendan Paul. So they more than likely will rest their case on either June 16th or June 18th. No, excuse me, the week of June 16th, which is, they said Wednesday, June 18th, excuse me. So the total call so far was 28 witnesses. So again, like I said, the remaining testimony that the government has is between 4 to 5 witnesses, 2 summary, 1 assistant, 1 agent, and possibly 1 more. That's what they're saying, possibly 1 more. Now, who is that 1 more, though? We're going to find out next week. And as you know, once the government rests their case, the defense will begin its case, which could include calling their own witnesses or even Sean Combs himself. Now, my question to you is, do you think that he will testify in his own behalf? So, man, Sorry about that, y'all. Um, does the government have an advantage? So let's go over some of these notes I jotted down here. Because somebody just mentioned that, drug distribution doesn't have to be require selling, which is true. And I did note that down here. So over 28 witnesses have testified so far, including former employees, alleged victims, and law enforcement. Several witnesses gave testimonies of alleged sexual misconduct, drug trafficking, and violent behavior by Combs over many years. Witnesses described Combs as an alleged central decision maker in a pattern of coercion and abuse, which supports the government's RICO and Mann Act charges. Former assistants and people who work close to Diddy have testified that they facilitated or witnessed alleged criminal acts, weakening the defense claim that these actions were isolated and fabricated. For example, ex-assistant Capricorn Clark and others provided firsthand accounts of his alleged control over women and employees. Video and financial evidence. The government introduced surveillance footage of hotel records and financial documents linking Diddy to key events. There's also a strong paper trail showing payments, flights, and logistics consistent with the alleged trafficking allegations. No major government witness has been impeached or discredited so far. Um, the judge has denied a mistrial motion from the defense, and although a juror was dismissed recently, that hasn't shifted the momentum. I'm giving them the slight edge. I'm giving them the slight edge here. I did say it was 50-50, but I have to give them the slight edge. Now, here are some challenges for the government. Here's a challenge here. The prosecution has not called Kristina Khorram. This was his chief of staff, and her absence might be used by the defense to question the completeness of the case. Okay, we have to mention this. Defense attorneys may argue some witnesses are seeking revenge, clout, or money, especially those with pending civil cases. So look for this to come out in their closing statements and when they present their case. The defense may also claim that consensual behavior is being reframed as trafficking or abuse. Now, what the defense needs to turn this case around, this is just my humble opinion, because I've been writing on the side. I've been jotting stuff on the side from doing research, and I've got this information from lawyers that I've heard, so I compiled some stuff together and just wrote this. The defense needs to turn this case around, right? A surprise witness. Who can discredit the government's core narrative? Kristina Khorram can. What happens if she'd be testifying for the defense? Because I don't know if she's going to be testifying. I don't know if she's going to be testifying for the government. I mean, we'll find out next week. I mean, maybe they will surprise us, but as of right now, I haven't heard her name. So what happens if the defense have a surprise witness to discredit everybody's narrative? So a surprise witness they need, guys. Undermining the credibility of key accusers during cross-examination. They have to undermine the credibility of key accusers during crosses. Well, they already did that. But the surprise witness has to do that with their testimony for the defense. Possibly putting Combs on the stand. It's a high-risk move, but to humanize him and deny the allegations directly. A strong closing argument, like I had said before. A strong closing argument that casts reasonable doubt on the idea of a criminal enterprise, especially under RICO. Okay? So they need a strong closing argument that casts all reasonable doubt in the idea of a criminal enterprise, especially under RICO. So, um, here's the thing. I give the government a slight edge. When I say slight, I'm being very generous here. Multiple corroborated witnesses, documentation, RICO case structure. But however, the jury, what if they don't find these people credible? Okay, if they don't find these people credible at this juncture, they don't hold no advantage. I'm just talking about for myself. I'm not speaking for the jury. Now the defense, they need to ground, highlighting motive and motive of witnesses, pushing for reasonable doubt. Guys, they gotta push for it. They gotta push for reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. Because remember, in this case, if the jury, they can't think he did all this. They can't have an idea that he did all of this. They have to, they have, if they like that, they have to let him go. You can't think he did it. I think so. I think it's possible. I think it's logical that he did this. No. No, you got to let him go. So that's something that I presented today that I was thinking about. But what motivated me here is, where is Kristina Khorram? Where is she? Maybe she might come in for the defense. But as it stands right now, she's solid. I don't hear about her filing no lawsuits against him. She might have loved him too, man. Yo, this is what you call, the theme of this is for the love of Diddy. For the love of Diddy, man. These women loved him, man. For sure, they did. But, you know, when things like this come, people flip, you know. People want money, which I understand. But I don't know, him taking a stand, it will humanize him. Maybe it'll be his opportunity to further connect with the jury, because now the judge can't look at him looking at the jury now he can look at the jury and talk to them and try to connect with the jury. So I don't know, he might be the surprise witness. He might be. Now Kanye West had showed up for support, I believe. He showed up for support. Now let me check out this weather here, because it's supposed to be raining all day. Let's see. 5 p.m. It's supposed to stop around 5 p.m. Back to hoodie weather again. So remember, guys, a strong closing argument is what the government needs. I mean, both needs, the government and the defense. I'm talking about the defense. That's why I say, who's going to be the closer? Is it going to be Brian Steele? Is it going to be Tenny Garagos? Because Tenny Garagos, she provided the opening, even though her opening was really good. Her opening was really good, actually. Really, 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 really good. I'm not surprised by her because she's a chip off the old block. So I'm not surprised with Tenny Garagos. She had a really good opening statement here. So is it going to be Tenny Garagos or Brian Steele? or Nicole Westmoreland. I would say Brian Steele. I don't know, but hey, it depends on their strategy. I don't know. Um, so whoever their closer is going to be their closer. I couldn't do a better job. I mean, these people, they are professionals. They are the best of the best of what they do, right? So whoever's the closer is whoever the closer. Oh, what's crazy is the YouTuber did not. He ran into Mark Agnifilo at the mall. He ran into him. He got it on video. Go check it out. Yeah, he ran into oh, this person keep looking at me. Now he waving to me. Oh no. He looking at what's in there, I'm about to say. Um he saw him shopping on Friday. Um, so he just randomly ran into him. That was funny. He hugged him and everything. Mark is cool. I Mr. Agnifilo, I ran into him in the hallway as well. Very friendly guy. All of them are really, but they're very. You could tell they're locked in though. You know, that's what I noticed when I do run into them in the elevator area. Um, they're really locked in. But they meet on the 24th floor. There's like a little conference room there. I bet you that conference room have beautiful views of the city as well. I bet you it does because that building has very picturesque views of the city. Each window is like art. That's what I noticed. Each window is like art. I can't take pictures of it. I wish we could, but you'll never know. I mean, unless I try to sketch it. But it has very picturesque views of the city, depending on where you are in the courtroom. In fact, while you're in the courtroom, if you're sitting near a window, you could just enjoy the views of the city while you listen to the case. I've done that before. I was just like looking out, just like looking at the beautiful views of the city while I'm listening to the case. So, very nice views, I must say. Um, but yeah, the lawyers, they're professional. They know exactly what they're doing. They're really good, I must say. I really enjoyed listening to the defense attorneys go about their business. Yeah, I really did. I learned a lot actually. And yeah, they really went about their business and they're good as advertised. They really are. And they have everything in place just in case. God forbid if they need to go to the appeals, they have everything in place already to go to the next thing to the appeals if that happens. Some people seem to think that he might be found guilty on something. A lot of you don't think that he's going to be found guilty on everything, but something. We just had someone recently just say that he more than likely he'll be found guilty on some type of drug charges or something like that, or the guns. Um, but with that being said, let me go to my next presentation real quick. Give me 1 second. So I have something here, an overview of his charges. It's a lot, guys. It's a lot. So I'm going to give you a kind of like an overview of the alleged charges. So while the official indictment, let me see here, has not been released publicly in full detail, I'm talking about the unredacted one. As of June 2025, based on the court filings, media reports, and statements by prosecutors, Combs is believed to be facing charges including. Now, look, I'm telling you guys, it has not been redacted. I have not seen a redacted copy. I mean, the unredacted copy of these charges. That's why people saying they're still confused on what the charges are because I have not seen the official document that's unredacted. So that's why we put here as of June 2025, which we're in now, based on court filings, media reports, and statements by prosecutors. Combs is believed to be facing the following charges: racketeering, we all know that, the RICO. Number two, sex trafficking. Number three, the Mann Act violations, transporting individuals for illegal sexual activity. Four, drug distribution. Five, obstruction of justice. Six, conspiracy to commit various crimes. And seven, money laundering. Now, we're going to condense that into five charges. Okay, we're just going to condense it. We're going to condense the money laundering, the conspiracy to commit various crimes, and up until we're going to put that in the racketeering, because in the racketeering you can bring the brackets down, and they have to find him on predicate acts. So we don't have to have list 7 here, but you know what I'm saying. Okay. So yeah, we could condense it into 3 but no, they got it 5 though, I believe. And actually just the facts is still confusing. It to this final day, I mean in June, I mean in this month in this day in June, I am still confused on what the charges are. I'm still confused. I've never been this confused in my life about these charges. That's why I listed them the way I did. Even though, like you said, we can condense the money laundering, the conspiracy to commit various crimes. I listed that right. And I'm not trying to be funny when I say that. I listed that because I'm confused. So let's go ahead and condense the conspiracy to commit various crimes and money laundering into the racketeering. But hold on a second. But for the racketeering, you have to prove 2 predicate acts within 10 years. So those predicate acts he can be convicted on. You think about it. Yeah, you too. We're confused here. There's supposed to be 5. People are saying there's 5 charges. But hold on, it's more than 5. I think it's more than 5. But we'll see. We'll see. But let me go down to the chart that I have here. Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act, RICO. 18 USC 1962. That's the statute. Description: participating in criminal enterprise through a pattern of illegal activity. What's the maximum penalty? 20 years. It can be life if violent crimes are involved. Now, guys, that's not even a bad part. That is bad. But if he is caught on sex trafficking of adults, that's 18 USC 1591. Remember this: sex trafficking of adults. Now, let's go to the description, and I'm gonna tell you the problem with the sentencing. Here's a description: coercing or recruiting individuals for commercial sex acts. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Guys, you know what the penalty is? 15 years to life. Now, what does that mean? The judge cannot sentence him below 15 years. That's the minimum. That's the mandatory minimum. This is the only charge that has a mandatory minimum. 15 years to life. Let's say if he's found not guilty on the RICO. Okay, Max, that's cool. He found not guilty on the RICO. Well, hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. Because the trafficking, it says sex trafficking of adults. That carries a mandatory minimum of 15 years to life. So the judge cannot go under the judge can't go under the minimum. He can go under the minimum for the RICO, for the racketeering. Yeah, the trafficking part, guys. The reason why the trafficking part is so severe because within the past 20 years, they're really trying to get away from this pimping stuff. I remember a pimp here in Virginia was sentenced to so many years he almost passed out in court. But you know he's out of prison now because Trump signed this. He put this bill into place where a lot of people got out early. If it wasn't no violent crimes, you didn't kill nobody and stuff like that, you got time off your sentence shaved off. That's why Big Meech got out. Just to let you guys know, I know for a fact Big Meech didn't get out for snitching. Big Meech did. He did over 20 years. It just seemed like the time went by so fast, but he did 20 years. And Trump shaved off time, so he would what he got 5 years shaved off. He's done. He almost did 25 years almost. So he did. Big Meech did all his time. But when Trump came and passed this law, he got time shaved off his case. That's why he's out right now. That's why Unique Mecca Audio is out right now doing YouTube videos because he had passed that in law when he was president the first time. Okay, so let's continue. Now, that the trafficking part of adults, that guys, that's bad, yo. That's bad. Now, let's look at the Mann Act, transporting for illegal sex. But he has to beat the sex trafficking part, which I think he's going to beat, guys. Coercing or recruit. Well, actually, I don't know. The description says is coercing or recruiting individuals for commercial sex acts. It don't have to be pimping. Y'all know that, right? It don't have to be pimping. I know we thinking trafficking is pimping. It don't have to. Damn, did I just exit out of my thing here? I sure did. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Guys, I'm confused about like how many charges he has. I'm confused. You know why? Because they never officially showed us. They never officially showed us, man. He's in trouble. He's definitely in trouble, man, for sure. His lawyers know, but obviously it's sex trafficking, bribery, drug distribution, firearm violations, money laundering, and a RICO. So let's go back here. The trafficking part is 15 years to life. The reason why it's like that because they're trying to get away from this pimping stuff and going on. Pimps is getting like decades behind prison now. It's crazy, man. And the rest of it is like 10 years here, stuff like that that he's facing. 10 years here, all which can run concurrently. Is this all these charges gonna run concurrently or consecutive? I think concurrently because he don't have no record. So I give him that. He got that going against him. He don't have no record. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's go back. The Mann Act. Transporting individuals across state lines for the purposes of illicit sexual purposes. That's up to 10 years per count. Lord have mercy. How many counts do he have? They're not telling us. They're not telling us how many counts. I believe he had multiple accounts because all you gotta do is count each dude. All you gotta do is count each guys. He facing life, yo. He's facing life. But I think what he'll do is he'll sentence him 10 years concurrently on each charge. It'll be concurrent, which means he have to just do one amount of time, not consecutive. But how many counts is he facing under the Mann Act? That's my question here. They're not telling us. But if you pay attention to the case, there's multiple people that's saying that I got paid to have free calls. He got multiple counts. We just what guys, you're gonna be surprised if a jury reached a verdict on how many not guilties and guilties you hear. It's gonna be a lot. We just don't. They just didn't make it public for us. They didn't. Um, and remember, the Mann Act is this: if you cross state lines, it don't have to be illicit activity. It could be, um, well, like they said here, it could be, well, I'm sorry, for illicit sexual purposes, but it could be consensual. That's the problem. It can be consensual. Okay, but my question is, how many counts do we have here? Because if he only had one count, they're saying it's only one person, one time. But if it's multiple people, he can have multiple counts of the Mann Act. That's 18 USC 2421 and 2422. That's up to 10 years per count. Now, but I think on that particular situation, the judge may run it concurrently. All right, concurrent to all the other counts if he's found guilty on. Now, obstruction of justice, attempting to interfere with the investigation, witnesses, or evidence. That's up to 10 years per count. And money laundering. That's 18 USC 1956. Concealing origins of money earned from illegal activity. That's up to 20 years. I don't know if they're gonna get him on that. I don't think so. But what he has to be concerned about right now, obviously, all of it, he does. He has to be concerned about all the charges. But guys, he has multiple charges. Now I know you guys said no, he only got 5. No, 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 no. He got multiple. They're gonna list them down if they what do you call it? If they reach a unanimous verdict, it's gonna be a lot of guilties or not guilties. You'll see that. And then you're gonna be like, damn, how much time is he facing? That's what I'm thinking. Like, how much time is he really facing? He facing life, put it that way. But that trafficking of adults, that's 15 years to life. That's a mandatory minimum of 15 years. They're not playing with that. 15 years to life. That's what pimps are facing right now. 15 to life on each count. So if he have a stable of 4 people, if they find Cassie, Jane Doe credible, that's a mandatory of 30 years he's facing. But they probably will run it concurrently, which he got to go 15, and then he's eligible for parole. Y'all get what I'm saying? Which means that in this case, he had to do 15 years before he's eligible for parole on this. if he's found guilty on the RICO racketeering and conspiracy. That's what he's looking at. No matter how many times they charged him, mandatory minimum 15 years. He has to beat that RICO and he has to beat that trafficking part. But if they get him on the trafficking, they could find him on multiple counts of trafficking. Lord have mercy. He's facing life, dog. Life. He's facing 15 to life. But he'll get the possibility of parole though. He will get that. He don't have no prior record. So he'll be eligible by 15. It just depends on how the judge sentences him though. Is some gonna run concurrent or some gonna run consecutive? It could be he might say, well, this is consecutive to count one. Oh my God. If he do that, man, Lord have mercy. You better hope he has some action in the appeals. So I was trying to understand it, like what is it here that's going on here? Like, I understand you get what I'm saying. I kind of understand it now. I understand. It's a lot of counts, folks. You said I don't know about life. It depends on if he's found guilty on everything. That's life, B. That's life. Well, excuse me, 15 to life. But the judge on that one count of trafficking, he can't go below 15 years because I already checked. I said, okay, if there's a mandatory minimum, could the judge go under the mandatory minimum? Nope, he's not doing that. Not going under the mandatory minimum. And they come down hard on these type of cases, man. They do. So make sure you're not out there doing nothing like this. Well, you better make sure you have a really good attorney. But I was confused on what's the list of actual counts. But you're going to be surprised if they come back with a verdict and they start taking a long time with this verdict. I mean, going down the line, you're like, damn, they got him with all that. Yeah, it just depends on how many people they got him. They have him listed down for sex trafficking. Yeah, it just depends on how many people they got him listed down. Are they counting Cassie and Jane Doe and each entertainer? That's a lot of counts. And he better hope the judge don't run them consecutive. Because if the judge runs some of them consecutive, he's in there for more than 15 years. First of all, he got to do a mandatory minimum of 15. And if he adds some stuff consecutive, that adds up. That's 25, 30 years, man. So I'm just going over the possibilities here. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to run it consecutive. I mean, they can argue mitigating circumstances that he's never been convicted of anything. He don't have a record that I know of. I don't think so. So look at it like that. Okay, you said Jane Doe. Okay, well then they might find him not guilty on that if they don't believe her testimony. See why the jury is the most important in that room? You see now why? Because they have a lot of counts to consider here. That deliberation, more than likely, in my opinion, will go more than 48 hours. It'll go more than 48 hours, possibly a week, man. They might spend a week on this, just on the deliberation alone. Just on the deliberations alone, folks. They have a lot to consider here. But if they come back less than 48 hours, I don't know. I'm gonna say that's not good on his part. That's just my opinion on it. Because if they come back with a quick verdict, that means they got their mind made up on everything already. I don't know what it means. It could be not guilty all the way down. I don't know. I don't want to speculate on that. I don't. I'm not a professional to even try to consider that. I'm not. So I gotta humble myself there. I do not know. I don't know what it means. I know the OJ verdict, historically speaking, they came back with a quick verdict and all of it was not guilty. And that was like a long trial. It wasn't the longest in US history, but it was one of the longest. It wasn't the longest though. So, but I mean, I'm saying to you guys, do you think he should testify in his own behalf? I go back and forth on it. If it was me, I can't speak for him, but I want to tell my story, man. I'm like, look, man, I'm not a criminal organization, man. I'm just living in my. But see, here's the thing: you got to be careful with that because if you say you're living in your own world, living in your own world could be considered that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I recommend him not to. I don't know, man. I don't want to say that because his lawyers know better, man. And it's ultimately up to him if he want to testify or not, believe it or not. Let's see if his lawyers recommend him not to. It's still his decision alone, whether he want to testify or not. Because they could say, no, Mr. Combs, we don't want you to testify, but it's still his decision. The judge is going to say that at the end of the case, once the government rests their case, they present their case. At the end, he's going to stand up. Mr. Combs, would you like to testify on your own? But he's going to say no. And he's going to say, if he say yes, he's going to be like, well, were you coerced or anything? Are you understanding what's going on here? Did you consult with your lawyers and you understand everything? That you're subject to cross-examination, he's going to say yes. And then he's going to take the stand if that's the case. But he is subject to cross-examination, and from what they're saying, he is subject to bringing in new things in the case that would not have been introduced in the case if he had not testified. So it was a look, man. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't even. I'll just. We'll just entertain that if that happens. So he will stand up and he's like, "No, I'm not testifying." And then the judge, if he say he's not testifying, then the judge will say to the jury, "You can't hold that against him, because he has a constitutional Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. So you cannot hold that against him if he's not testifying in his own behalf. They cannot hold it against him. That's the law. The government has the burden of proof. You check this out. Did you know that I know they're not going to do this, but the defense could get up to present their case and they say, I rest my case. They don't have to put on no witnesses. They don't have the burden of proof. The government does. They can just remain silent. They be like, no, we rest our case as well. Even though that's not going to happen, but they could do that. The government has the highest burden. So which means that they're going to hammer home what reasonable doubt is. They're going to hammer that home, probably for at least an hour. Get it in their mind what reasonable doubt is, because the government has the highest burden. My question is, has the government met their burden so far on everything? Has they met it? I'm sure they think they have met their burden, but according to some lawyers, they still have work to do. That's what Weinstein lawyer said recently. He said they still had work to do to meet this burden. But he said if he was over across the street in the state court, he would be screwed. If he was in state court. So I don't know, man. Have they met their burden? That's what we'll say at the end. After closing statements, once the jury officially get the case in the box with the deliberation room, have they met their burden? They have to meet it. And if not, he has to walk, regardless of how we feel about him. He has to walk. Because we can't have a situation where we have too many innocent men and women in the system right now. We have too many. That's why they have an office, a pardoning office. They have a woman that Trump pardoned. She sits in that office and she decides who gets a pardon or not. Because there's so many people. Listen, there's so many people in the system, right? It's so many people locked up. It's his own country. It's more than in some countries. Ain't that crazy? We don't even have the most people in this country. China and India does. Why do we got so many people locked up, man? Because it's a business. That's why. I don't agree that somebody should get life and ain't kill or are somebody, man. On these trumped up drug charges. People got life for. That's why so many people coming home now. That's why. That's why so many people are coming home. I know a friend of mine I went to high school with, man. He just came home, man. He been away since '96. Been away since '96, man. He just came home. Actually, he just came home 3 years ago. Been away since '96, and he ain't killed nobody. Now you might think, um, for certain drug charges, maybe you have not directly killed somebody. You may have indirectly killed somebody. That's why originally they came down on these charges. The charges itself was bad. The charge. I know it's a choice to sell drugs. It's a choice, believe it or not. It's a choice. Nobody forced you to sell drugs. It's a choice because I grew up in the same environment and I didn't sell them. So it's a choice, right? This thing was designed, to have people in jail like this. It was designed. We didn't bring the raw across the borders. We didn't let the raw come in across the borders. We didn't invent crack. However, if it's put in front of your face, are you gonna sell it? That's it's a choice. So I get it. I get it. I can see both angles to it. Trust me, I get it. I get it. Just like that lady that's in the pardoning office with Trump, man, she got life, yo. She had life, and it's crazy. He let her out though, but it's a lot of people behind bars, man. A lot more than man. It's a lot for us to have. We don't have the most populous. I mean, China and India does. They don't even have that many people locked up. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. Crazy. But it was designed that way. It was. It was designed. That's why I say you need to learn the system so you won't be a victim of it. So you know how to play this system so you won't be in it. If they put a new drug on the street tomorrow, it's your choice if you want to sell it or not. So don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Like I said, I know people that's been locked up so long that they never even dated a woman before. Never. Never. There's people locked up right now, they ain't never held a woman's hand. Never. Ain't that crazy? Think about it. Boy, they work magic on the hood, man. They sure did. They created the hood too. And destroyed it. But again, you have the option to whether you're gonna go out there and sell that raw. You have the option. And then on top of it, I can see the people that did sell drugs. I can see that, right? Okay, they sold drugs. How about the people that are currently locked up for crimes they didn't commit. How about them? There's a lot of them in there. But back in the day, way back in the day, technology wasn't there. We didn't have DNA. I still go back to the days of George Stenny. Y'all can just, you can just research that kid's name. He got put to death in the United States. He's like 13 years old, man. They did that. 13. And he didn't do it. And I'm for justice for everybody. You research Cameron Todd Willingham, Texas. Go research that one. He didn't even do it. They put him to death. This man got put to death as a white guy. He got put to death for a crime he did not commit. Cameron Todd Willingham, Texas, Texas death row. He was convicted of killing his 3 daughters. And guess what happened? They said it was arson, right? No, it was not arson. It was an electrical fire. And they found that out after the fact. Oh my God. Shit, I can even go back in history to Sacco and Vanzetti. They were they were they were accused of espionage. They didn't do it. They were just sitting there talking shit though. They were on the media talking shit like, yeah, this and that, blah blah blah. They got convicted of talking shit. Boy, this country, boy, it's something else. This is like relative for the countries around the world we considered a young country. But boy, did we have so many people behind bars, man, that didn't do it, you know. But I can see your argument. Well, people shouldn't sell drugs, this and that. I can see we can. I understand that. I can see your point. I'm talking about the people that didn't do it. That's behind bars. But it was set up that way. Slavery was never abolished by way of the Emancipation Proclamation. Remember that? Remember the Emancipation Proclamation? That was a hell of a speech, wasn't it? Nah, yo. Slavery transferred into the prison system. Still slavery going on. Craziness. Think about how many powerful people and talented people are behind bars. That's why I study legal cases. That's why I do it. So I can stay out of the damn system. But if you know the society is designed this way, boy, just leave them drugs alone. Do not sell it. Do not sell it. I'm telling you, do not do it. Because they still putting people away. Don't do it. I grew up in the 1980s. I remember when crack hit the street. It started in South Central Los Angeles. You can go research that. That was ground zero for the crack epidemic. It was South Central Los Angeles. That was ground zero. That's where the atomic bomb exploded, as far as crack is concerned. We have not recovered yet. Not. And these entitlement programs that they put out that divided the families. Boy, they worked some mojo on us, boy. They sure did. And not just the melanated community, everybody. They worked mojo on us. They sure did. And guess what else they did? That was slick. They put us against each other. They put us against each other, saying that you're white, you're black, you're yellow, or whatever they call you. And that's how they divided you over crayon colors. God damn. Ain't that something? That's how they did it. And it's still working. It's still working. It's still working to this day. Because everybody not awake. That's why. So I really appreciate the attorneys, especially defense attorneys that work these cases. and trying to prevent people from, you have to, I'll never forget what Ronald Sullivan said. I saw him at the court. I did. This guy that it's the guy that be having a camera going around just capturing everything. He happened to capture Ronald Sullivan. I don't think he knew he caught him. He was just standing there. And I was wondering why he was there. Maybe he was there watching Puff's case. Um, he's really good at constitutional law. He was the head of Harvard Law School. His name is Ronald Sullivan. Just go in and type his TED Talks. Type Ronald Sullivan TED Talks. He said this, I quote him. You have to rigorously defend the guilty as if they're innocent so the playing field can be level so that, therefore, innocent people will not be put behind bars. He said that. I never forget he said that. Ronald Sullivan. I come to know him from Aaron Hernandez. He was on Aaron Hernandez's legal team in the second case, where Aaron Hernandez got acquitted of the charges. Him, Jose Baez, they did a magnificent job. Lena Kenny Bodden, she is the wife of the world's famous pathologist, Dr. Bodden. Michelle Medina, um, Mr. Leontire. I'll never forget that legal team. That was one of the second. That's probably one of the, I don't know, in my mind, that was a dream team of lawyers. That was a dream team headed by Jose Baez. Never forget that. Now, some people are arguing that Tory Lanez is innocent. They're arguing that. Now, look what happened to Tory Lanez in prison. He almost died in there. Is he innocent or not? I don't know. If he is, he shouldn't be there. But I think he got action in his case. He might get out. Here's another thing that I didn't like about Diddy's case since we're talking about it. I didn't like that the documentary came out before he had his trial. I didn't like that because that could potentially tarnish the jury pool. I think they should outlaw that stuff, man. They should. I'm just looking at if it was me. Because he's already guilty in public opinion already, depending on who you talk to. And the jury hasn't spoken yet. Now, if the jury has spoken and they say that he's guilty, then so be it. But right now, he's presumed innocent. He's presumed innocent, man. But I hearing people talking like he guilty already. Oh, he guilty and his lawyers are trash. I'm hearing it. How is his lawyers trash, man? No, his lawyers are not trash. You know how hard it is to go through law school? First of all, it's expensive as fuck. You know how hard it is to pass the bar exam? How hard it is to go through law school? These people are great, man, at what they do. And we got people, they don't have no integrity about themselves. They just saying he guilty just because and shit. No integrity whatsoever. And it's brothers saying this. Ain't that some shit? Brothers saying this about another brother. He guilty without having his due process already, man. Fuck you. I don't give a damn if it's Weinstein on court. I didn't follow his trial, but if I was following, I'll be like, he's presumed innocent until proven otherwise. However, in this particular situation with Weinstein, he was already had found guilty already, and he's trying to exonerate himself. That's a little different because the jury has already spoken in his case the first time, even though he got the case back in court. That I could say, okay, he's guilty. You think he's guilty, guilty. But I give people the benefit of the doubt, man, because I wasn't there. I never get on here and say that brother is guilty without the jury speaking. That's a brother, man. Fuck y'all, man. Not y'all that's listening, the people that's doing that. That could be your brother sitting up there on trial, man. That could be your father, your uncle, or your mother sitting on trial. Sitting out here getting your step and fetch it on, man. They getting their step and fetch it on, man. Sitting up here in blackface. Sitting up here tooting their ass up, talking about he guilty already and the jury hasn't even spoken. Hadn't even spoken yet. If the jury say that Diddy is guilty, then he guilty then. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say he was found guilty, guys. He guilty. The only thing I can say is he got to work it in the appeals process, but he guilty. The jury has spoken. That's why I say they're the most important people in the courtroom. That's why when they come in, the judge say all rise for the jury. They're very important, and we thank them for their service. That's why the judge let that juror go, because he wasn't truthful on his jury form. So therefore, can he be truthful in this right here? Because he has he has a very important duty to do, to decide somebody's fate. Now check this out. Did you know if they had kept him on, that the defense could probably argue that, like, damn, he lied and my client was found guilty, and this person lied on their questionnaire. You know, did my client get a fair trial or not? Probably didn't. You know what I'm saying? That's why people are trying to argue for Scott Peterson right now, saying that he didn't do it. There's a lot of people out there that say Scott Peterson didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people out there that said this man is innocent. But I don't know. But and a lot of people are championing for the Menendez brothers to get out, saying they already served their time already. But like I said, I'm not trying to bring race into this, but I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I've been following these cases for a long time. I even gave, what was it, Markeith Lloyd, the benefit of the doubt. And he was found guilty twice in the state of Florida. And the jury recommended death. He's sitting on Florida death row right now. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I said, well, I wasn't there. Let's go through the process, even though they caught him dead to rights. They caught Markeith dead to rights. So I don't care about the race is nothing to me, because I followed Mark Seaver's trial. Mark Severs was caught dead to rights. Let me tell you about Mark Severs real quick. This man was sitting in court, right? It was almost like he was a court reporter the way he was writing. He was writing nonstop the whole trial. Mark Severs. I'm like, damn, is he a court reporter? What is he writing? He was writing nonstop, just writing the whole trial, Mark Severs. So we watched his trial all the way through, and we said he's guilty. That's what we all said. He's guilty after listening to all the evidence. They caught him dead to rights because his boy testified against him. Check this out. This dude, Mark Severs, is off the hook. You think Diddy off the hook? Nah, yo. This dude is off the hook. His friend was having an engagement party. You know, a festive event, you know, about to get married for the first time, right? Mark Severs pulled his friend aside at the party. He said, hey, I know we had a nice event. You know, you're about to get married, but I have a question for you. I need your help on something if you can. Okay, Mark. He pulled him aside. Okay, Mark, what is it? You think you know somebody that can kill my wife, man? He said that. You think, and what did you think his partner said? You would think his partner was like, get the hell out of here. You know what his partner said? I think about it, man, because he needed the money. He said, yeah, my wife has an insurance policy, so if we murk her, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to get the insurance policy and I'm going to pay you something. And he wasn't even paying him that much money, but he thought about it. He took him up on it. And then he knew this other dude that was considered like real bad, like really down with the shits, right? So they also hired him. Yo, this dude wasn't even a hitman. You know what he did? He got flagged at Walmart. You know what he bought? He bought cleaning solution, gloves, a chainsaw or something like that, rope, and bags. So that already flagged him at Walmart. So then here was the plan. So they came up with a plan. I swear to God, they did. Go look up Mark Seaver's case. They came up with a plan. So the plan was he was going to get to Mark Seaver's house because his wife was out of town. They were out of town. They were at an event. So the friend and his partner was supposed to get there early to the house to stake out the house and wait for she get there and then blindside her and do what they had to do. but it fell apart. You know why? Because she showed up early. She showed up to the house early, so he ain't had time to prepare to do what he had to do. You know what he did? He was hiding in the garage when she came in. He was surprised that she got there early. He went behind her and hit her with a hammer. And he almost broke down on the stand because the first hit didn't work. He had to keep doing it. So she suffered. And the jury heard that. Okay? And he got caught. He got caught, man. He got caught. So then he turned state witness on Mark Severs to spare his life. Like, so he'll have the possibility of parole in like 50 years or something. At least he'll see the light of day. He might not see the light of day, but at least they gave him that. He testified against Mark Severs, man. Mark Severs, he was listening to his boy testify. He's just writing nonstop. Nonstop. We was like, what the hell is he writing? Even his lawyer said, "What are you doing? Like, what are you writing?" He just laughed at him. They shared a laugh. The jury came back, of course, guilty in all charges. This dude just bopped out of court, yo. It was hilarious. He bopped out of court. Like, okay, whatever. He didn't show no emotion. And then at sentencing, they L-whopped him, life without the possibility. And he just bopped out of court with this grin on his face. No emotion. And you know what his motive was? That his wife was seeing somebody else and she was getting ready to divorce him because he was a stay-at-home dad. He wasn't working. His wife was the breadwinner. And he alluded to the fact that she might be messing with somebody melanated. I can't make this up, yo. Look at John Hill. You're right. You said street drugs bad, but pharmaceuticals are good. See? That's how this system is set up. So if you know it's set up that way, man, don't get caught up in it and be selling that stuff. Listen, man, I grew up in the 80s, right? This was back when spot built sneakers were out, right? My boy had every color spot built sneakers, right? Every color Nikes, every color Cortez. And he was like, yo, man, because I used to have to maintain my sneakers because I get sneakers on special occasions like birthdays. If I get a good report card, my mother, I was the only child, so I got everything I wanted. So, that's when I get my stuff. Or if I save my money working for my dad, saving my money, that's how I got all my stuff. But my boys were getting it every day. You know what I'm saying? I remember they had the 8-ball jackets that came out. He had an 8-ball jacket, he had everything, right? All the jewelry. And you know what I'm saying, went and bought him he ain't even have his license and set up there and bought him a car, just really getting it. Had all the chicken heads on him, right? So I could have fell victim to it too, because here I am, like I don't have all the new sneakers and all that. When we go to the arcade or the skate rink, everybody looking fly. That's what we say back in the day, looking fly. Got your beepers and your clocking and all that. All the women, that's what they were on. They were on the clockers, right? I could have easily did it too and been locked up with his ass because he the one that just got out not too long ago. I could have easily, man, I wouldn't have made a good deal anyway. I would have been locked up ASAP or dead, one or the other. I witnessed a lot of people die too. A lot of people died. A friend I went to high school with, his baby mother set him up and told the people where his drop was. And the reason why they offed him because he was running a whole block, a whole 2 blocks he was running. He was getting a lot of money. So they wanted him gone because they were competing over that block. And they Swiss cheese him, man. They Swiss cheese him so bad he had a closed casket. You know what I'm saying? This is stuff I witnessed, man. I was like, man, the streets been dead. You know how they say the streets are dead? It's been dead. It's been gone. It's been dead. There ain't nothing in the streets. His baby mother set him up because she was mad because he's with somebody else. And she ain't even get in trouble. She ain't even get in trouble. She's still free to this day. And then I had another friend of mine. He got involved with the wrong people in Baltimore. And He had a legit business though, but he was messing with the wrong people, and they owed him money and they set him up. They lured him to an abandoned house. He thought that was a trap house, but it wasn't. And he thought he was just going to get his money. It was Friday night. He just got his hair cut, about to go to the movies. And him and his girl, they rolled up to the trap house, and he said, "I'll be right back." Those my boys. She knew something was wrong. He said, "Get in the passenger seat and I'll be back." No, she got in the passenger seat and she drove off. And she came back, the house was on fire. And then she called the police. They had already killed him. But the people that they killed that killed him, they got caught 5 years later. They got caught. And I had complained on Facebook one time. This is when Facebook had started. This dude was on Facebook. He had a phone in prison. I complained to Facebook. They got the page shut down. He might have another one. I'll have to check. And yeah, they LWOPed him. He got life without the possibility. It's crazy, man. This whole system, like, you would think, like, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Like, you would think, like, at some point we would have to band together. You know how people always complaining, oh, the immigration and this and that. No, don't y'all be complaining because we can't band together for nothing. Brown people, all people, that's not the 1% should be banding together. And maybe stuff like that won't happen. But we don't come together because we're better than you, this and that. And when we have situations going on, y'all don't want to help us and stuff like that. We're divided still. That's why people gonna be getting kicked out of this country left and right. Ain't nothing y'all gonna be able to do about it. Protesting don't work. It doesn't work. Your money works, not protesting by way of lobbying. That's what gets done in Washington, not protesting. But Diddy, getting back to Diddy for a second, I'm seeing a lot of reports on this, and some people just don't have integrity, man. Like, you can't say that he did this until the jury says it. That's how the law works, whether you like him or not. I can tell you it don't look good for him, though. It don't. It does not look good. But however, I'm not the jury. So, and I always say with the disclaimer, my opinion doesn't matter. Is it doesn't. The jury and the attorneys matter. Yep, his attorney's doing a good job, I must say. And then some people are knocking the attorneys and calling them names and stuff. Y'all got to be crazy. These people walk circles around you intellectually. They walk circles. Like, just because you got a lot of followers, you get a lot of views, for you to say that Miss Westmoreland ain't doing a good job, you crazy. You crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. That's why the coverage on this has been sickening. It has. We're on autopilot. We don't need the Klan no more. We got our own people knocking us down. We don't need the Klan. That's why the Klan don't even do nothing no more. They're like, y'all doing a good job yourselves. Jesus. Now here's one case that I followed that the jury didn't get it right. That was the jury didn't get this right. That was what case was that? That was I forget his name. It was the kid with the hoodie. They didn't get that verdict right. They didn't get it right. That guy was guilty because the police told him to stop pursuing him, and he pursued him anyway. He was guilty, but they got it wrong. They practiced jury nullification on that one, just to let you know. I do like to talk about jury nullification, but sometimes they don't get it right, even with jury nullification. That was the jury nullification case, I believe, because the cops told him to stop pursuing Trayvon Martin. Please stop pursuing him. He pursued him anyway, and he was guilty. They practiced jury nullification on that. I'm really sure of that they did. That was jury nullification because George Zimmerman was guilty as fuck. because there was no doubt there that he pursued him. There was no doubt. I said that that was one of the verdicts I got wrong. I said he's guilty on all counts. They came back not guilty. That's the only time I went against the jury and said, man, y'all crazy. But y'all did jury nullification. Sometimes jury nullification comes out, man, and it might come out again against Luigi. They might do it again. But I don't think so. I think he's caught dead to rights. Even though that picture that they showed originally don't look like the one that they caught. But I digress on that. But honestly, I think a lot of these people are agents. Man, I think everybody agents, to be honest with you, are paid to do that. Now, if you say, Max, well, in my opinion, I do think they caught Diddy dead to rights. In my opinion, I can't argue with you with that. But before the case was put on, he's guilty already? Nah, yo, I don't buy that. I could see because you've been listening to it like, nah, Max, this don't look good. I agree, it don't look good. It don't. He has a reason to be nervous right now. I mean, terrified. I would be terrified if I was him. But to knock his lawyers and all this, and they're trash, man, you crazy. Crazy. One historical case that I follow, because I follow historical cases, just reading up on them. One person they caught really dead to rights was what's his name? The guy that was eating people. They caught him dead to rights. That was just a matter of formality. They were just giving him his due process. He was guilty. He was guilty. Yeah, he was guilty as fuck. Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer. He was guilty. And also, what's his name was guilty too, even though they gave him his due process. When I went back and looked at that transcripts, it was, what's his name? Ted Bundy. He was guilty as fuck. They called him dead to rights. There's a lot of cases out there that was like that. They just got their process. That's all. And another person that I believe that they may have caught dead to rights is Brian Kohlberger. But he do have a really good attorney though. That's why I want to follow that case. She's a public defender, but she's one of the best in the country. And they better make sure their T's are crossed and I's are dotted in that case. But she's defending him, and she's known to be a really good attorney. But yes, YouTube unfolded. Me and you followed these trials for a very long time together, and we both can say that there's some extremes on both sides. Zimmerman was an extreme. That was a very extreme. And then what's his name? They caught him dead to rights too. Um, Rittenhouse. Well, in my opinion. But you can argue that fact because the dude did pursue him, but he opened up on that dude something, man, crazy. Yes, he did. That dude did pursue him, and he did run. He did try to run, and then the dude kept pursuing him, and he opened up on him. He did. He opened up on him. He sure did. He shot him center mass too. Opened up on that guy, and that guy had mental problems. The guy that he unalived. Then he shot somebody else in the arm. Damn near took his arm off. Yeah, they because he wasn't supposed to be out there in the first place, but he was out there talking about he wanted to help people. You ain't shit. He ain't helped nobody that day. That man didn't have a chance. I know the man had mental problems, but damn, he opened up on that guy. He sure did. Boom, done. And a lot of people were debating with me with the George Floyd situation. Well, we don't have to debate on that no more. The cop was found guilty. In my mind, that was excessive force. Um, but somebody was debating on me about it. I said that was excessive force. I mean, they were ODing off of them. That's what happened. But when I grew up, they used to OD on us a lot. I remember one time, right where I was standing, not right where I was standing, it was down the street. It was a hot summer day. I never forget it. They had a sign said no loitering, right? Man, we used to call them one time back in the day, a squally. Man, they came up to us, had us all on that pavement, boy. It was hot. They had us face down on the pavement. They sure did. They wound up letting us go. They roughed us up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? We all had a little whelps on us and all that. Yes, they did. And we didn't even resist. But that's how they used to do it back then around here. They still tough around here too. And they have a serious job over here. So I get it. They trying to protect the money. That is the primary objective of law enforcement, to protect the money. And they didn't want no loitering, and we were loitering. Now I must admit, we did try to run. We did. They caught us too. They caught us, and I was fast back. They caught us, had us all on the ground. They pig tied one of my dudes. Had them. They hog tied them. They used to hog tie people, man. That was crazy. They hog tied them and picked them up with the rope. Oh my God, it was crazy. That 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 was my only time hanging out on the street. That was my only time. I said, let me take my ass in the house to play football. The only time I came out to go play football, that was it. In sports, stayed my ass off the corner. They had us down on an hour on that hot ass ground. They sure did. They had us all, man. I thought we were going to jail. I don't know why, but now I know my right. I knew I wasn't going, but and ain't none of us have ID on us. None of us. That's why they held us for so long. They let us go though. Yeah, the majority of public defenders, especially on the federal level, if you don't have money, if you get locked up, just stay silent. Just don't say nothing. Okay, in your interrogation, they can lie to you. Do you know they have a legal right to lie to you? They can legally lie to you in your interrogation. So all you got, they was like, yeah, such and such snitching on you right now. Just remain silent and get you a public defender, because they really good on the federal level too. They'll help you out. You have to know to remain silent. Because if you see right now in Diddy's case, we don't have no interrogation videos in Diddy's case, do we? Because he remained silent. Now, what happens if he gave statements? They would use that right now against him. But no, he didn't do it. He remained silent. I know he didn't want to stay in jail for as long as he did, but at least he remained silent. I give him that. And even his partner, Kristina Khorram, she was like, I ain't do nothing. And I'm not testifying. Okay? As of right now, we don't know what's going to happen next week. She could be a surprise witness. We will see. But as of right now, she's not cooperating. She's exercising her constitutional right to remain silent, even though she did give a statement saying she ain't no wrongdoing on her part. So that's why I said in the beginning, solid, solid as a rock, rock, rock. She's solid, man. So that's my question, where she is. She's solid as a rock, man. Shout out to KK, man. She ain't come up there yet. We've been hearing her name. I mean, Kanye, we it was alluded to him, and then he showed up like Candyman, man. He showed up, he sure did, dressed in all white like a comic book hero. Showed right up to court. He said, "What y'all talking about? Let me show up real quick." They didn't even know he was coming. And then they got the word that he was He was at the airport in Newark. He was at Newark Airport, so they knew he was in town. I knew he was coming in a matter of time. He wasn't in town for no reason, but he couldn't get in the courtroom. Now let's get to the juror for a second. So the juror, the reason how he got caught, guys, y'all know how he got caught? He just mentioned to one of the staff, yeah, man, I had to travel in from New Jersey all the time, and they went and told they went and told people like, yo, he traveling in from New Jersey every day. I thought he lived in New York. Okay, that's how he got caught. So, what is my message to you? Well, my friend said this earlier: loose lips and sink ships. You need to be quiet. You need to be quiet, man. They still law enforcement, technically. So if you're sitting there, you having a nice casual conversation, they could be doing that to sift out information from you, to find out who you are. So you need to just keep it friendly and keep it moving. That's it. Keep it friendly and keep it moving. He didn't have to tell them people he coming in from New Jersey. He ain't had to say that. Now, would they have found out later on? Possibly. But he ain't had to say it. He ain't had to help them do their job. But he sure did. Yeah, I'm going to be coming in, from New Jersey. And I'm like, we thought you were living in New York. We thought you were living in one of the boroughs. Okay? You have to be living in one of the boroughs. That has to be your domicile, has to be in the boroughs. So that's I can't argue with that. I mean, he wasn't living in the boroughs, man. He wasn't living in the Bronx. He was living in New Jersey. Now, let's say if he was living in New Jersey temporarily, just he has a sick parent or something like that. That's understandable. But his domicile wasn't in the Bronx. So, hey, it is what it is there. It is what it is. I know people bringing race into it, but I mean, is it really though? I mean, is it really about race? I mean, if he lied, if he's telling half truths in his statement, then that's on him for telling half truths. But we already talked about the makeup of the jury. They still have melanated people on that jury right now. They still do. He wasn't the only one. They still have melanated people on the jury, if that counts for anything for you. They do. They had one Hispanic, like that. Um, so we already went over that. There's an article that's talking about that now. So about the makeup. Um, yeah, you said on Friday the 13th. Yeah, that's crazy. You said they did that on Friday the 13th. They sure did. They did. It's Friday the 13th. Yep, Friday the 13th. Maybe that's why subconsciously I didn't go, because it's Friday the 13th, man. I don't like doing it on Friday the 13th. Another thing I don't do, I don't hang out on Halloween, because you legally can wear a mask that day and conceal your identity. You know what I'm saying? I grew up back in the day, they used to be snatching kids' bags, man. Ain't that crazy? We out trick-or-treating, they try to snatch your bags. So then we wound up going to the mall. Parents started taking us to the mall to go trick-or-treating. As we go trick-or-treating in the hood, we might not come back with nothing. You might lose your Jordans too. They might take your Jordans. Yo, we were the original backpackers. You know why? We used to have them Jan Sport backpacks to put our Jordans in, so we won't get robbed on the train. We're on the train. When we get to our spot, then we put our J's on, or whatever, our sneakers, or our Ken Griffey's, or our Deion Sanders, or our Charles Barkley's. The one with the straps. Those are the dope ones. Or our Hirachis. You know what I'm saying? Because back then you get robbed for your Hirachis. That's a whole fact. So you better not walk in the wrong place. You can get got. You can get got at Journal Square. I mean, we used to get got at Journal, man. We almost got at Journal Square. My boy didn't run. I don't know why he didn't run. This is back when we had our starter jackets. We ran because the dude came up to him. We didn't know if he had a gun or not because I'm thinking he didn't have a gun because he came up to him and had his hand in his pocket like he had a gun. So we ran. We like, we going to take a chance and run. Man, we looked back. We didn't see him. We was like, oh, man, we got to go back. Man, we went back, man. He ain't had no starter coat, yo. None. It was cold that night, too. I was like, yo, why'd you let him take your coat? Like, he ain't have no, he said he had a gun. I'm like, I ain't seen no gun. Man, you imagine that getting robbed for them cheap-ass coats. That's what used to happen back then. Diddy, man. Diddy. This been a trial, boy. This has been a trial I never witnessed before. It's been something else. My friend said, she's like, he's literally might get convicted of being a freak. She's like, you can't be a freak no more. I was like, I guess not. I guess not. So all you freaks out there, you better be careful. If you're a freak, you know, or you believe in the, I have to, how do you say it? If you believe in, let's just say voyeurism, if you're a voyeur, you know what I'm saying? If you believe in being a voyeur, then you better be careful. If you flying people in to be a voyeur, because a lot of people do it. A lot of rich people do it. Y'all better be careful. That's the Mann Act. You know, but to each his own. I don't knock nobody, you know. Yeah, he taking a stand, Gia. He sure is. He taking a stand. Raise your right hand, Gia. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. You may sit down and have a seat. There's some water right there. There's some. If you need some water, we have a fresh bottle of water for you right there, Gia. Okay? Just sit up there and paint that Picasso. Okay? So yes, Reek, right. Raise your right hand, Reek. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God, Reek? Yes, Max. Well, then go ahead and sit down. There's a fresh bottle of water for you right there. You said you can't be breaking the law for being a freak. Okay, so what we here for, Kai? Kai Nicole, what we here for right now? Because the man's a freak. And he's a domestic violence person. We already know that. He already submitted to it already. And when Tenny Garagos gave her opening, they've already submitted that he's domestic violence and he's a jerk and a bad person. Okay? But is he running a criminal enterprise, Kai? That's my question to you. So you raise your right hand too. Okay, Kai, raise your right hand. We already took care of Reek. Kai, you're next. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, Kai? So help you God. And I just want to remind you, Reek, you're still under oath. Okay, you're still under oath. Dom, you too. You still under oath. So Superfly, you too. You still under oath. Just wanted to remind you. Okay. Did you have a nice lunch? Because you're still under oath. Okay. Okay, Jane. You're still under oath, Jane. Look at Jane. Jane looking good on the stand, y'all. I'm telling y'all, she was. She was looking good. I don't care what nobody say. She was looking good. Put you on a plate and sop you up with a biscuit. She was looking good. And she had attitude, too, on top of it. Shout out to Jane, man. Oh, man. Shout out to Jane. Oh my God. The girl that Jane was talking about, guys, I'm not making this up. You know the girl that Jane was talking about? She when she called Diddy a pedo. Remember that? Why did she just come out, yo? And reveal her identity? And she wants some money. She want money too. She filed a lawsuit, yo. Her name is something Lovelace. That sound like, man, he was running a stable, yo. Her name was something Lovelace. Okay? That's Miss Chelsea Lovelace. Will you please raise your right hand, Miss Chelsea Lovelace? Do you swear to tell the truth, Chelsea, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, Chelsea. Yes. Yes. That hussy over there ain't gonna be getting $20 million, and I ain't getting no money. That's how they feeling. Like that hussy over there got $20 million, and I can't get no money. I want some money too. Lord have mercy, Cassie. She opened up Pandora's box, and we going down a rabbit hole, guys, that we ain't never been down before. Because when I'm sitting there listening to all these details, it was just detailing. The details was detailing. It was crazy. You know what Jane said? Tenny was like, "Well, why did he call you Kobe?" She said, "Because I'm the best." And she said it like that. She said, "Because I'm the best." He said, "I'm in the Hall of Fame." I'm in the Hall of Fame. She said she in the Hall of Fame with it. Oh my God, guys, I can't make this up. She did say that. Why did he call you Kobe? Because I'm the best. You know, we were the trifecta. He was Jordan, I was Kobe, and Paul. Paul was Shaq. We are the trifecta. Guys, that's just them being in their own world, yo. That's all it was. And that might have been the pills talking. That's pill talk. The trifecta. She said she was the best. And look, shout out, what's that attorney name? God, what's the attorney name that be out there every day? I say hello to her every day, but I keep forgetting her name. She has like curly hair. She be wearing her shades. What's her name? Her name is Attorney something. You know what she said? Because she was giving an interview. She said, I know I can't take 4 dicks. She said, I'll be in the hospital. Yo, she said that. What is her name, yo? Shout out to her, yo. She was real. She said, I can't sit up there. She said, but that's her talent. She said I'm not knocking her for her talent. Yeah, Simone. The attorney Simone. Yo, Simone off the hook. Simone said, I'm not that talented. She said, I can't take 4 dicks in one day. She said, I'd be in the hospital. But she said that was her talent. She said, I'm not knocking her for her talent. The Simone ain't right, yo. She not right. I remember I had walked past her. She was getting ready to do her thing. She was getting ready to prepare for her her live chat out inside of the courtroom, outside the courthouse, right? I don't know why am I tripping, yo? I need to get what they got. You know the what do you call it? I need to get one because everybody got one. You know the stand for your cell phone, the tripod. I need to get one of those, man. Everybody out there got one. And then somebody walked past and they hating on them. They said, "Man, these people with their tripods need to get out of here, yo." That's what this dude said. He was angry too. He said, "Man, they out here commenting on this brother. They need to take their I wish I can break all their tripods." He said that. And I heard he was talking to me. I was like, "Word, you feel it?" He said, "Yeah, man, I feel that way. I wish I can break all their tripods." I said, then I thought about I said, I need to get a tripod so I could stand there and bump my gums. But she was getting prepared and whatnot, going through her notes and stuff, getting prepared. I was like, yo, she off the hook, yo, because she gave her interview. Everybody was surrounding her with their cameras, and she was like, listen. But she broke it down. You know, she's an attorney. So she broke it down. We like to listen to her because she know all the technical stuff, right? And she's an attorney, so we listened to her. That's why everybody was standing around and listening to her. So she was talking about the Mann Act and stuff like that. She really broke it down. I really learned something. I was listening to her. And she just said it. She's like, look, she had a talent. She got money for her talent. She said 4 people in one day. That's a talent. She said, Lord bless her. Bless her. Yeah, that's man. She's a trooper, yo. That's a trooper right there. And Tenny Garrigo said, well, he gave you about 100 some thousand. She said, am I for 3 years? Am I worth more or something? She said, I should be worth more than that. But shout out to her though, man. She was looking good on the stand. I don't care. Cassie was looking good on the stand too. But see, Cassie, man, when she got on the stand, I said, oh, here we go. As soon as she got on the stand, she was very calm. I give Cassie that she was very, very calm on the stand. Very calm. She cried a few times, but she held up very nicely, I must say. She did. She did. She did really good on the stand as far as keeping her composure. Jane, boy. Now here comes Chelsea Lovelace. She said, "Oh no, I want part of this." How many women did he have, yo? He was running a stable, man. This is what you call the Johnin going wrong. The Johnin ain't Johnin. The Johnin ain't Johnin. Okay? It's just, man, everybody wants some money. That's how it is when you got a lot of money, man. You got to be careful. At that age, you got to have just one. Just got to have one, man. Just rock out with your one lady, and that's it. That's it. You're too old to be having a stable. Too old. Because, see, how you going to run a stable? Because we got technology now. They know your phone. You know, back in the day, we could have lied and say, oh, I didn't hear the phone ring, and I was in the other room. You know, we had landlines. No, everybody know you got a cell phone in your damn hand, and you ain't pick up that damn phone. And they keep a mental note of that. They're like, wait a minute, he ain't pick up the phone here. Or they can tell when you're on another line. You know, T-Mobile be snitching on us. When you on the line with somebody talking, when you calling that person, they can hear a little delay in the ring at first. That's how they can tell you're on the phone with somebody. And now you got to come up with a lie. I was on the phone with my mother and all that, this and that. Well, I thought your mother's right there with you, Max. What you mean you're on the phone with your mother? Where you at? And now they got the thing where they can track you now. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to turn that off to where they can track you, you know. So you got to just stick with one, yo. Ye didn't stay that long. So I think just the best thing to do is just, I don't know. He's just doing too much. Doing too much, man. He had a problem on his hand dealing with all them young fillies. He was dealing with a bunch of young fillies because, you know, he's 55. They were young fillies to him. And he trying to keep up with all of them. He messed around. He made a mistake too because he bought Jane a bracelet and then bought, what's her name? Gina a necklace to match the bracelet. What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing, man? You know she gonna get mad. Like, damn, this supposed to be a special bracelet for me and you went ahead and bought her a chain to match the bracelet. So that's some petty activity. Like she got petty. She caught feelings, she got petty, and and like my homegirl said, like, we want a return on our investment. Okay? We invest in time in you, in resources. We want a title. We want something. You ain't gonna have us in the dark. You're not gonna have a grown ass woman in the dark. You're not gonna do that. This ain't the 90s no more. You're not gonna have us in the dark and like that. Like a friend of mine, I'm gonna tell you, I ain't gonna say his name because he a YouTuber. Bro, he got outed, yo. He's a big YouTuber as well. I'm not gonna say his name. He's a real big YouTuber. But he's not in this space though. He's in a general space. And when I say general, I'm talking about like tech and stuff. Let me tell you what happened. So, you know, he got all this fame, right? Now he's being invited to all these events. Now he's being around different activities. You see what I'm saying? Now people are taking an interest in, hey, you such and such, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, here, do this. Now he got an old lady, right? He had an old lady, but nobody know really who she is because he kind of keep her in the dark. But that's his lady, whatever. He just say to her, I don't want you, on the videos and stuff because this is professional. I don't want that because I don't want nobody to know who you are. They dox you. He said all this to her, right? Then I don't know how women notice this. He get thousands of comments on his videos, and she noticed one comment, and she screenshotted it. And it's this one comment this girl keep, because what they do is they piss on your, they call it pissing on your social media. Like if you dealing with me, I'm a do it such a way where another woman will know what I'm doing. See, guys, they can do stuff. They can leave little stuff in your house where other women will know and you don't know. But they doing it on social media too. So she found out. She like, who is this woman always commenting on your social media videos? I'm like, I get thousands of comments. What you talking about? She said, I noticed it's the same woman that be on your Instagram, comment on your Instagram stuff. She put did you know she put two and two together and caught him out there? I'm not saying who it is, so I'm not gonna say the name. I'm not gonna say the name, but yes, he's from the tri-state area. But I'm not gonna say his name. You're not gonna get me to say his name. And no, it's not Marquez. No, it's not. It's not MKBHD. It's not him. You said during Jane's reign, it was Carisha, Gina, Chelsea, Jane Doe. I don't even know who that person is, Diddy. And who the hell is Jesse? I don't know who that is. So Jane, see, the thing is, I get where she was coming from because she got this man, right? This is a billionaire type man. It ain't too many to go around like that. So she got him, right? It's like winning a championship. Like I got him. I got his attention, right? But her plan was to ultimately be not just a side piece. She wanted to be number one. It's a competition. Women compete against each other. It's a competition. It's like the Olympics. That's why they talk about other women. I see how they be looking. I be standing online when a woman walk past, got a nice dress on, all the women looking at her, looking her up and down and shit. Like looking at her. Men don't see. We look because we're like, wow, she look good, right? That's how we see it. Damn, she look good. Then women, they nitpick, like look at her hair, like then her tracks is showing and stuff. See, men, we don't look at all that. We just like we do see a nice presentation. She look good. We're not looking at her hair and her nails need to be done. We're not looking at all that. Okay? We simple. But that women compete. It's like the Olympics. She's like, okay, now that I got this man's attention, maybe I can bump up another notch to be better than Gina. Okay? Maybe I can get better than Gina's spot. Okay? But see, what she didn't realize was you start how you keep them. You started out doing these free calls and you want to end that way. He don't want it no other way. That's how y'all relationship is. But see, she said on the stand, you out here treating this woman like a traditional relationship. Why can't I get that? You out here treating booed up with her. She ain't doing half the stuff I'm doing. And you out here booed up with her, taking on her own trips, all coupled up, going to the Grand Canyon, wherever they went, but Wyoming or where, why can't I go there? Just like Cassie was like, why can't I go to the Christmas events? You know what I'm saying? Why why? But see, it's a competition. Okay. And a lot of us guys, we're not gonna understand that because we ain't had the money that Diddy had. But if you had the money that Diddy had, they might be wanting to compete for you. You a catch. You a single brother too, and got all this money. She's like, who the fuck I'ma date? Jay-Z, he got Beyonce. You see what I'm saying? You a catch. So they trying to compete. You see what I'm saying? But then eventually, though, here's the problem. Women will get tired. Not tired, it's called tired. Once they get tired, it's over with. Once everybody has their limit to what they can deal with. Once they get tired, it's over. Over. Now they want some money, in his case. They want justice. Because it's like, well, what's justice to you? I just want to be made whole. I'm seeking justice. They all said that. I'm just here to seek justice. No, you're not. You want to get paid. But that's justice to them. Even Dawn trying to get some money. Okay? All them women is for the love of Diddy. They love him. They wanted to be the one. Okay? They wanted to be the one to have his attention and affection. Now, was he a cool person? I believe sometimes he was cool with him. He was cool. They ain't beef all the time. He was cool, had some his moments he was cool as fuck. He seemed like he was taking care of everybody. That's what it seemed like. Everybody was well taken care of. But here's the thing, they didn't want just that. They want to be number one. Okay? When Jane started dating him, she knew that he had other women. She was okay with it at first. She was okay with that. But then she caught an attitude because she's sitting here doing all this and doing all that, doing all types of tricks and flips. Okay? And he's sitting up there on a vacation, booed up with somebody else on a yacht, man. Booed up. Looking like the best definition of a relationship. And she's sitting at home, and he had the nerve to allegedly tell her, can you send me some videos of yourself? She's like, no. You know what she said? You're not going to sit up here and get your D hard for another woman. You're going to use my videos to get your D hard so you can be with some other woman. No. She said no. And she said, you know what she said? You better hurry up and get back, or you ain't going to have no more hotel. And you better hurry up and get your ass back off that island. She said that to him. And here he come. That's how it was. He had a problem, yo. He had a problem trying to run this stable. He had a problem. That's what happened. He had a serious fucking problem. He had a problem dealing with all them women. And I could have told him that. And I ain't got his money. I can't deal with more than just one woman. I can't. One woman is enough for me. I can't deal with at my age, I can't. I can't. Because they command a lot of your attention. I can't deal with just but one. Okay? You go ahead and not answer the phone for 3 separate occasions. See what she say. Well, where were you? I called you 3 times. Baby, I was asleep. I was asleep. I was tired. Okay. She'll accept that. Okay, you were tired. Okay. But see, the fact that you got to explain yourself. You see what I'm saying? Imagine if you got to do that with 3 or 4 women. I'll lose my damn mind. I'll be on all types of pressure medication. You see, that's how it works. So you just stay with one, man. I'm telling y'all that. Because that's why he here now. Trying to run a stable. That's what happened. He trying to run a stable. And then everybody caught feelings. But I tell you who had that top spot, though. Everybody know who had the top spot. For sure. Everybody know who had that. Okay? Everybody took a second fiddle to her. Everybody did. She was the one that, you know what I'm saying? Even the assistant said that. Y'all know who it is. She took the top spot and never relinquished it. Never relinquished it. In fact, he said she was his soulmate. No, it was Kim. That's a whole fact. Even the assistant said that. He said she was the one. You said you shocked he don't got about 32 kids, but now he was careful about it. Yeah, he was careful about it. He's not stupid. He's not. He's not stupid. He's actually really, 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 he's extremely smart. He's gifted. That's how smart he is. He's one of those gifted type of people. Like, for example, he can upgrade you. Like, if you're doing like social media, he can look at what you're doing and tell you what you need to fix. That's how he is. He knows. He knows about marketing. He knows how to stay relevant. He knows all that stuff. Hey, what's going on, Rachel? You say he should sell the F down, like Rachel said. She's like, he's guilty of being a freak, I guess. You said that. He's like, he guilty of being a freak. I guess he guilty of being a freak. We can't be freaks. I said, I guess. I don't know. But let's let the jury figure it out. The jury will figure it out. The jury will figure it out. Because I'm telling y'all already know my position. If I was on the jury, he's not guilty. I'm just telling y'all that. Why, Max? Because he's not guilty. That's why. I feel like he's not guilty. Now, Chopper came out and said, you know how he coming up with that rumor that he did something to Kim? Chopper said no. He said he didn't do that. He said she just got sick, man. He said Diddy didn't do that. He said because, and then he gave he said one time, my bad, y'all. I made a mistake in exit myself out. But yeah, she had the top spot, man. But Chopper said he ain't do that. He said he don't believe that. I don't believe them conspiracy theories either. All that stuff, because all the conspiracy theories they've been saying turn out to be not true. He did not have drugs in the baby oil. He did not. But she did say he had some spray though that he sprayed in her mouth. Some spray, and she said it put her into pure ecstasy. She sure did. Some spray bottle. He had rich people problems. That's what he got. It's rich people problems, man. Rich people problems. But I'm telling you guys, just if you at my age, just stay with one, yo. Because you're gonna sit up here and try to run a team at your age, you ain't gonna make it. They're gonna find out about it, and you just gonna be all the way screwed. Because he had a whole team, yo. Now Chelsea talking. Miss Lovelace. I like that name, Miss Chelsea Lovelace. He definitely have a type though. And I saw how Chelsea looked. He has a type. You definitely do. No, that never came out in court, Dom. He never messed with escorts like that. That never came out in court. He's what you call, it's not that. It's a thing amongst rich people and amongst rich people and what you call it, swingers. It's a swinging type of thing. They like to, it's like voyeurism. Some people get off on that. It doesn't mean they want to be with the man. It's just that they like to watch. Instead of watching on video, they want it in person. It's like watching videos in person in real life. That's what it was. And you can get addicted to the videos. It's just the same thing. Yeah, live corn. That's what it is. And you get addicted to it. You said they flip one stop, more problems coming. No, Brendan Paul is not one stop. His name not one stop. It's another guy. It's a brother. And as far as I'm concerned, he's not testifying. No, they didn't flip him. What's going on, celebrity? I'm up early though. That's why. Y'all on the West Coast. It's 9:30 y'all time. You said Kanye West said years ago he's addicted. He also said let's say allegedly. I don't know if he is or not. I don't know if he's just talking. I don't know. He said a lot of things. I don't know if it's just because he had an album coming out. I don't know why he be saying that, because usually he come out with some stuff. He got an album coming out. Like something is coming out. He gonna stay relevant one way or the other. In which he don't have to be, because his shoes are more prestigious than Jordan's at one point. I heard you're not talking about that. He said, you men, that's y'all problem. He said, y'all don't come out the closet. He said, y'all got beards and y'all got problems. That was hilarious. He was saying that. He had went live talking about it. He said, you men, that's y'all problem. Y'all don't come out the closet. Yeah, at least he's upfront about it. He's funny. He was live last night with MTA. Straight comedy, man. He was like, why are you drinking that drink like that? She just downed it. No, I didn't buy a pair of Yeezys. I heard they're comfortable, though. I never did buy a pair. Not for personal use. I bought a pair to sell, to flip. That was back during the pandemic. You remember when everybody was getting them Trump checks? And then that's when the sneaker market was at its height. That's when I bought them and flipped. You could buy sneakers and hold and flip them back then. Now the sneaker market crashed. Can't do that no more. It's never recovered either since it crashed. I know people say, oh, it's going to come back. Nah, nope. You said I would never understand the mind of a man. I'm here to help you with it. They can be bosses of companies and lose it all over silly lust. I can explain that. That's not hard to understand. It's that brain downstairs, you got to have control over it. If not, you will get in problems. You will get in problems, man. And like I said, some men, they don't start having access to a lot of women until either they get known or be around them a lot, and depending on what profession you're in. And then just because you're around them don't mean you got to touch. They don't know how to just have discipline. That's what it is. It comes down to discipline. You said that's biblical. The power of the P has brought down dynasties. Shit, it brought down the Roman Empire. Damn did. That damn show did. What's her name? Came from Africa. She said to him, she said, what can you do for me that Africa hasn't done for me already? I forget her name. It was it ISIS that said that? I can't remember who it was. It was Queen something. Boy, they went crazy over her, almost fucked off his empire. That been happening. The power of the P, man. The P can be powerful. It's fine that it's powerful. But I'm gonna tell y'all something was powerful too. The D is powerful, ladies. Y'all know it. Guys, don't say that. Don't let them just say the power of the P. The D is powerful too. It is, and they know that. They don't want you to know that, but they know that. You got power, guys. You sure do. They want it as much as they want it more than us. Let me look. Let me tell it. Let me tell it now. Women want it more than us, especially they get older. Especially they get older. Okay? So, guys, you're welcome. Don't let them fool you now. The power of the P with the power of the D is very powerful, especially they get older. Especially they get older now. They'll be willing to pay for it too. They willing to pay for it. I don't live long enough, I know. It's powerful, especially if you're a good man. It's powerful. Did you hear about Minnesota state lawmakers, husband and wife shot? She was unalive. He's in great condition. Oh, I heard about that. I heard about that. Yes. Max, you stepping on our toes now. No, I'm not stepping on your toes. You know why I'm not stepping on your toes? Because even though I said it, the man still has to exercise discipline and he can't do it. So the P is powerful. It is. That's why I recommend just being one woman. Yeah, YouTube unfolded. I know. That's why I don't want to talk about it. Because you know why? Because other people out here feel is champion that guy on. That's why I stay away from those topics. Because you have a lot of people out there protesting the wrong damn way. I want to stay away from it because you never know. I got to go to New York every day. YouTube unfolded. People know where I'm at. So I got to stay away from certain stuff. So what I'm saying is, let me get back. So ladies, like what I'm saying is, it is powerful. The P is very powerful. It is. That's why I recommend the guy to stay with one woman because it's so powerful. All you need is one woman. The fuck. That's all you need. That's all you need. Okay? Because you out here trying to satisfy all these women, you're gonna be drained. You ain't got enough. You ain't got enough to go around. That's why they say he had to take supplements. He had to take to increase semen. You ain't got enough. You don't have enough. If for my Spanish speaking people out there, I know you're like, how the hell I know that you ain't got enough leche. You ain't got enough. You ain't got enough leche. Listen, I don't been all over. I don't travel enough. I know a lot of slang all over the world. You ain't got enough leche. Okay. So if you're older, if you have imagination, you can keep the bedroom tight as long as you got imagination. If you want to sit up there and dress up, dress up. Do what you got to do. I wouldn't recommend baby oil though, because it'll mess you up down there. You want to use some essential, what do you call it? Natural oils, not baby oil. Not baby oil. But yes, I must say the power of the P is very powerful. Yes, it is. It sure is. I had an OG tell me this, man. He said, you don't want to be giving it away to everybody. He said that. You don't want to be, he said, AKA giving D on demand. You don't want to do that. You don't want to get, he said, you want to sit up there and have conversations. He said, you sit up there and have a conversation, you have now become powerful and you don't know it. You are powerful. Especially you can sit up there and have a conversation. Don't sit up there and not be tender dick. Okay? Because the reason why I say you don't want to be tender dick around them because they've been offered the D ever since they hit puberty. They know every game in the book. They know every game in the book. So if you come with some goddamn decency like you're a human being, you might be okay. It's that simple. It's that simple. Okay? I don't remember Spanish Fly. That was before my time. That was in the 70s. I was a kid then. When that stuff in 70s, 80s, I was a kid. When that stuff was prevalent. It's not around anymore. And guys, stop using all these enhancements because they talking about he getting enhanced. All you need is 2 aspirin and do some push-ups. Go take a hot shower. Thank me later. That's all you need. That's all you need. And also what you need to stop doing is stop choking the chicken all the damn time. You got to build that pressure up. Thank me later. Thank me later. And don't look at no P. Don't look at them videos. And then your mind will, did you know that your mind will retrain itself back to the original state and you'll get the sensation back? Trust me, I know. That's why they say these young men are having a problem now. They should not be having a problem if you're in your 20s and 30s. You should not be having a problem. But the reason why they're having a problem is because the technology is on your phone. That's all they're watching. That's why they're having a problem with the sensitivity. All they got to do is cut it off cold turkey for about a couple of months, and they straight. Take 2 aspirin, do some push-ups, sit-ups, some dips, and go take a hot shower, and you'll be straight. You'll get it back. You actually will get it back because your body is made to do that. You'll get it back. But stop watching. See, it's addicting. It gets addicting. You got to stop watching it. Your lady is all you need. Your lady is all you need. That's it. And the problem is, though, a lot of people are not meeting each other no more, getting out and socializing, and they sitting up there socializing on social media and watching all these video models that they're never going to get, and watching these videos that why you think these women making so much money on OnlyFans? Think about it. When Jane said she made all that money on OnlyFans, I believe her. She not lying. Jane got money. Jane a boss. I don't knock OnlyFans. The only problem is, though, it could come back to haunt your kids later. But other than that, I don't knock OnlyFans because it's a business. At the end of the day, it's a business. And it cuts out the middleman. You don't have to go work for an adult agency no more. You cut out the middleman. It's just like YouTube. You got your own syndication now. You know, you can cut out the middleman. It's the same thing with OnlyFans. You cut out the middleman. You don't have to work for these adult agencies and they taking advantage of you. Give you a few $100s. What's her name? What's the Catch Me Outside girl name? That woman made $50 million in 1 year. Okay? 50 million in 1 year, whatever her name is. And she showed it. That's because people were thirsty. As soon as she turned 18 and started OnlyFans, everybody signed up for it. I didn't sign up for it, but everybody signed up for it because they're being thirsty. You got to get off the internet. If you get off the internet and start watching the videos, then you'll be more willing to go out here and socialize. I'm telling you, that's the deal. And yeah, that's the deal. You will get your libido back if you stop watching them damn videos and stop choking the chicken all the time. And go out there and be with your lady. And matter of fact, a friend of mine, she was telling me, she's like, how do I get my boyfriend off the internet? She came to me because I'm like the OG. She came to me for some advice. And she said, this might be a good topic for you. Like, how do I get him off the internet? I said, he has to be willing to get off the internet. You can't stop him because when you're not around, he's going to be on it because he's having a problem. She said, damn, you know, he got to take pills every time. I said, no, he don't have to. He's too young. He's only late 30s. It shouldn't be. It's just that he on them videos all day, choking the chick. That's what he's doing. So you have to tell him, like, maybe he want to get off, give it a month or 2 or whatever, drink plenty of water, and he'll be fine again. And he'll get that sensation back where he'll be chasing your ass all around the place because he got the sensation back, but he ain't doing it. I said, I told her that's the problem with young people. It's a problem with older people too, because we got that cell phone. And it really is a problem. Did you know in Virginia, they outlawed certain sites? In Virginia, you can't get on it because they know. They want you to get out there and socialize again and have relationships. So many people in the house. It's really a thing. That's why it ties into this case. Why does it tie into this case here? Because there was an addiction. That's what it was. He will submit to this. It's an addiction. He and I know he's thinking now because he hasn't done it in a while. You're like, damn, I was really wilding out here. It was an addiction like anything else. He had an addiction. And I know he's thinking like, man, you know, I could have did things differently. Or he could be sitting there reminiscing. Like, dang. But he's smart. He's very smart. So he's probably thinking I gotta change some stuff around. You know, rehab will help. And you know, they have sexual addiction rehab as well to retrain your mind. Yeah, Tennessee, Virginia, they banned some sites. Yep. They sure did. Because they realized the problem with it. Listen, watching it every now and then is not a problem. Anything in excess is a problem. But if you're trying to get into a relationship and you're trying to be with your woman, please, you got to stay off those sites. I'm telling you that. Even if you're about to get in a relationship, you better get off of it. The longer you off of it, the better. Because by the time y'all get together, listen, you be ready to go. Just got to get off of it. But I guarantee you, towards the end, he probably did want to settle down because he's getting older. And I thought, like, what's her name would probably have been a really good person for him to settle down with because she thought enough of him to have these nights just to please him because she kept saying, I just did it to make him happy. And I know from her culture, they're like that. They want to make the man happy. That's just the way they are. That's the way women are anyway, but it's just that we be messing up out here. We be messing up out here, and women, we be messing up and making us all look bad. We do. It's a problem out here. It's like things have been reversed. So I can't knock women for that, but it's been reversed. People like, you know, it's just crazy, but it ties into this. It's all about addiction. And obviously drugs were involved, so it was a bad situation because of the drugs. Which a lot of people can relate to it. But you gotta like cut yourself off. But just imagine you have all his type of money, you have access to all that stuff 24/7. You need rehab. He's human at the end of the day. So that's what happened. But he's a very intelligent person. I'm sure if he gets out of this, he'll get his life back and figure it out. He's really, really, really intelligent. So he'll be able to bounce back. Because one thing about this country, they do like a bounce back story. He can redefine himself overnight. He don't have to be the same person he was. He can redefine himself right now. He's a different person. And it just takes some years, you know, but they do love a comeback story in this country. You said, let him see she makes 20K a month. 50K was her highest month. If I was 40 years or younger. No, she said that in court, YouTube. What was the most you made? 50K. I do believe that. I believe she's set to make more if she decided to come out the closet. You know, when I say come out the closet, meaning she's not Jane anymore. But that's her decision only on herself. But it's a business. That is a business. It's $1 billion industry. And it don't matter how old you are either. Don't matter. It don't matter how old you are, how small you are, how big you are. There's a audience for you. There's an audience that would love to have you. If you'd like to just show your feet, there's an audience that like feet. I know somebody, I follow her on Instagram. This woman is making a killing showing her feet. And I remember I talked to her. She said it's a business like anything else. She said, I got to pay taxes. It's a business. She said, I better make sure my taxes are paid. Yep, it's a business at the end of the day. It's entertainment. It's entertainment business. Yeah, foot fetish is I know who will make a killing right now. That's Megan Thee Stallion, the way her feet look. Lord have mercy. She got some big feet. But in the entertainment industry, she'll make millions off her feet. She'll make millions. But it's just like anything else. It's a business. Like, I don't knock it. It's a business. Well, this dude got a system, don't he? That's retro. That's like 90s, 80s and 90s where people used to have their system in their car. That's a throwback. He got an old school Beamer too. It's a drop top. No, it's not a drop top. It's a two-door. And he got about 415s in that car. Man, that's a throwback. We used to do that back in the day. Yeah, it's a market for everything, celebrity. It definitely is. And I wonder if some of these videos are on the black market. That's my other topic I wanted to say to you guys. I'm not saying that he did that, but if anything leaked, it's on the black market, yo. If it leaked, and it's a lot of money for those videos. I know it is. I'm talking about on the dark web. Them videos is priceless on the dark web. That's like owning a painting to certain people. Even content, even if you look at the nature of content right now, it has changed the way people are reporting. Like out there, it's all about the content. If you get like if somebody out there acting crazy and I record them views going up. That's like with what's her name out there. We like her out there now. She out there like doing her thing, yelling this and that. That's content. If you tape her doing it, record her doing it, it's content. People want the fuck shit. I'm telling y'all this. They do. Don't act like y'all don't. Y'all want to see the fuck shit. Y'all want to see it. If I get it on recording and something happen, if somebody sit up there and lay her out, boy, that thing will go through the roof. It'll go through the roof. I'm sorry to say it. It's content. It's all about the content, man. That's why sometimes if you stretch the truth, it's a market for it. People they want to hear that. They want to hear it. That's how it is out here, man. They want to hear that. That's why a lot of journalists out there, they looking down on it because the YouTubers are commanding a lot of attention. They're trying to compete because ain't nobody looking at CNN, man. They'll look at CNN for it's a market for everything. You'll look at CNN for certain things, or you'll listen to different lawyers to give you that perspective so you'll know it. But you also want the fuck shit too out there. If you can get it, people want it. That's why he needs to watermark his videos because they used his video when he went at Justin. That was funny too. Justin was just walking. He was outside chilling. Sometimes he'd be outside. He'll just be in the back chilling, right? He was walking back to the courthouse. He said, Justin, he said, I heard you join the Illuminati. And Justin started smiling. He said, I caught you. I caught you smiling. Did you know somebody using his video? Somebody using it. He did that to Kanye too. He said, Kanye, I heard you join the Illuminati. He said, no, he said the Illuminati coming after Diddy, I heard. People want to see content like that. It could be, and they could be using Bitcoins to buy those videos on the dark web. But I'm going to tell you something. If you get caught with those videos, you're going to jail. You're going to jail. That's what you're doing. You're going to jail. You don't want to have those. You don't want to be caught with possession of those videos. But I believe some of them got leaked. And I don't believe he leaked them. Or he may have. I don't know. That's up for debate. But I know the reason why I don't think he did, because he was he wasn't in the videos. Diddy, he wasn't in them. He was recording them. He was in the background. That's why they were nervous about him leaking videos. And you would think, why would they be nervous because he's in them? No, he was not in those videos. He was in the background recording. Those videos worth a lot of money. If you got possession of them, they worth a lot of money. A lot. Because people want people want the F stuff, man. They want it. They want it. Just like that lady be outside the court, man. She's content waiting to happen, but she's not monetizing off of it though. Everybody else is monetizing off of her. You know, when she's out there yelling and stuff, everybody cameras is rolling. Their cameras are rolling. She love it she likes the attention. When she start doing stuff and the cameras are rolling, she gets worse. She go harder. And I'm wait till when they start deliberating. She about to do something. She gonna go harder. But she need to be careful though, man, because a couple times, man, I thought they were getting ready to lay her out, man. Yeah, you did a video, so yeah, man, them videos is worth a lot. That's why they was careful not to show us anything in court. It was only for the jury. They made sure they were careful. Yeah, he getting all kind of content. She hanging out with him. I tell you what, they were saying today was supposed to be a protest. There ain't no protest today. Nature took care of that. Ain't nobody protesting no rain. They're not doing that. They might do it Sunday if it's not raining. But you can't have an effective protest like they want in the rain. No, nobody likes to do it. Just like he got some footage when he was out there when they were protesting the first day. He kept asking me, who about to die about it out here? That was hilarious. They said, well, no, we're not trying to die about this. He said, why not? That was funny. He said, ain't nobody trying to die about it. He getting his content by any means necessary. He don't care. He like, the hell with this. He said, Justin, I heard you in the Illuminati. Yeah, he don't care. He's setting it off out there. As soon as he got out there, he set it off. Then apparently somebody like flagged his channel. He was like, that person in the closet with it. But man, you got some people out there really getting it, man. They making their numbers right now. They really doing it. Tisa's one of them. She really getting it right now. She a hustler about it though. She put in the work for sure. But we'll see what happens, man, close to deliberation. It's going to be crazy and it's going to be intense out there. I'm going to tell you, it's going to be really intense if the judge is notified that the jury has reached a full verdict. Oh my God. Guys, it's going to be intense. Them courtrooms, the overflow rooms, they're going to be packed to capacity. Packed. I'm telling you this, I know. It is going to be 100% packed. If they come back, they reached a full verdict. I could see if they hung up, right? I'm talking about, Your Honor. I already know how it's going to be, Your Honor. The judge is going to come in. We're all going to be sitting there. The judge going like, I understand the jury has reached a verdict. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, you can bring him in. And then he going to say to the gallery, keep it down. I don't want no outbursts. If you feel like you have to have an outburst, leave the courtroom now. And I understand all parties are present, even the defendant. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, bring the jury in. That jury gonna come in, you can hear a pin drop. Hey, Diddy docket, I know. Just imagine they come back and the jury is coming in. Then the judge is going to say, okay, I understand the jury four-person. I understand you guys have reached a verdict on all charges. Yes, Your Honor. Can you pass over the jury forms, please, so I can review them? Then they pass them over. He's reading the jury forms. And then he said, okay, you can publish the verdict. May the defendant please rise. Oh, my God. Whew. On count one, United States versus Sean John Combs. We the jury on count one. Find the defendant, whatever it is. But what if it's guilty, though? We find defendant guilty. Whoo, Lord. I might be ready to pass out. Oh, Lord. Because if it's guilty on count one, it means it's guilty on everything, I think. If it's guilty on everything, boy, I need some milk. I might have to need some milk for myself. Because I'm an empath. I might have to need some milk. Dang. But if it comes back, what if they say not guilty? Woo, not guilty. That means it's not guilty on everything, maybe. What if he's not guilty on everything? He walked right out of that courtroom, man. And whoever get the footage on him walking out of that courtroom, you are now going viral. I promise you this. You're going viral because everybody going viral. Getting him walking out of that courtroom. Even I'm going to have to try to get like the not Diddy. Are you with the Illuminati? Brother Love. I'm going to say it. Brother Love, I have now crowned you the new Teflon Don. I have now crowned you. You're now, it ain't John Gotti no more. You are now the new Teflon Don. I'm going to crown him right then and there. I'm going to crown his ass. I'm going to crown him right there. He going to get crowned. And I'm going to say to all his lawyers, I have now crowned you. You are now some of the best lawyers on planet Earth. Not just the state, planet Earth. You're now, I'm going to crown him. I am. I'm going to crown him. Some of the best lawyers now on the planet Earth. And Mars. Let me stop. You said Weinstein been guilty like 100 times in court. Lee Weinstein. Listen, the jury was deadlocked. The jury couldn't, and the jury four-person stopped deliberating. So they had to have a mistrial. Okay? I'm talking about this case. If they come back with a complete verdict, guys, I'm going to be in that courtroom and it's just going to be all the way nuts. People going to be rushing for their phones because we can't have our phones in there. They're going to be rushing to the line to try to get online. I promise you this. It's just going to be crazy. And I'm there to witness it all. I'm witnessing it. It's crazy. What if they come back with a verdict in that same day, though? Oh, Lord. Celebrity, I hope you're there. You said you're on your way. Celebrity going to be there. Everybody going to be there. Miss Knockout, everybody going to be there, man. Everybody. 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 Everybody going to be there, Kim. You ain't related to Mr. West, are you? That's Kim West. You ain't related to Mr. West, are you? But everybody going to be there. Everybody. And it's going to be intense. And everybody going to be rushing to get online, guys. I'm telling you, it's going to be crazy. But I'm taking it all in so I can write all my experiences down. You said absolutely not. I don't know. You said Kim West. I don't know if you related to Ye or not. I don't know, Kim. I don't know. I had to say that to you, Mr. Kim West. I don't know. You said the same day tends to lean guilty. Days and days mean conflict among jurors not agreeing. I'm with you, B. I'm messing with you, Kim. I'm with you, B. Guys, I'm gonna be right there. I'm gonna be right there, guys, right there. And then, yeah, man, it's the only thing is because I'm like empath, like I feel for the family. You know what I'm saying? Because they have to go through this, not us. It's the family that got to go through it. You know, but I must say this about his sons though. Christian, Quincy. Well, he act like, and we know Quincy. He act like that's his son. Justin. They handle themselves very well. I must say, they handle themselves with class. They handle themselves with class. I must say, they handle themselves very well in this situation, especially with all the cameras in their face, people yelling stuff at them. They really, really handle themselves well. I must say that. I have to say that. Give credit where credit is due. They've been there. They've been there supporting. You know, they have to. So. So yeah, so that's what it is right there. But however you look at it, you know, they got to remain positive. And none of us in that situation, but I can just only imagine being in that situation, you know. Being in that situation is something else. So that's the only thing I think about. But they handled this very well, though. I mean, externally, from what I'm seeing, watching on the outside in, just how they conduct themselves and stuff like that. But nobody, I must say though, nobody bothers them in the building. Like when they're in the cafeteria, they leave them alone, which I like. They're not in their business or anything like that. They walk around freely. Nobody pay attention to them, you know, because they're used to them every day. Everybody's used to them now, so nobody bothers them or anything like that. So that's good. So they do what they have to do. But people, for the most part, they leave them alone. It's just that when they go to their car, they go to their car. That's when because people get their content. They understand that. They starting to talk to people, way to people, stuff like that. They used to it by now. And that's the only time when people are up in their face when they go into the car. But in the building, no, nobody's, they leave them alone. But I think this is so everybody's used to him by now, and they got, believe it or not, they got used to it as well, being there every day. You say, get your thumbnails ready. It's a lot we have to cover, but we have to wait and see because we don't know how it's going to end. What if they're deadlocked? Like, what if they can't come up with nothing? Then what does that mean for him? Does he get out? No. He would have to have a motion to get out on bail, to make bail. And that means if they have another trial, Cassie and them got to come back. It's not over for them. They will have to come back, man. But his ideal situation is not guilty on all charges. That's the ideal situation for him right now. The absolute worst for him is a hung jury. But, he wants to get a full acquittal, get back to his normal life, get back to his life. I mean, he's still got the lawsuits, but it's better to be on the outside fighting that as opposed to the inside. But if it is a situation where they're hung up on all charges, then that means they have a holdout or two, meaning that they will have to try this again. And we'll be back here again in court. Kim, you said no way they can think he innocent on charge. That means you have a holdout. And I've already talked about jury nullification. Now, the defense cannot bring up jury nullification in their closing, but you can hint at it, But jury nullification is a real thing. They can be like, look, man, he's not guilty on anything. I couldn't be on that jury. I'll hang the jury. Straight up. It'll be a mistrial of on that case. Nope, not guilty, man. Because I think everybody embellished their statements. That's why. Well, Max, what about the guns? I'm not guilty. That's right. It could have been his bodyguard's guns. That's how I'm feeling. So I would have been like, not guilty, man. Y'all be mad with me. Y'all be like, Max, you couldn't come up with nothing. Nope, nothing. But what about him paying that? No, not guilty. Not guilty. Because he shouldn't have recorded that video and showed his old lady that video. Not guilty. You already know my position. Not guilty. I ain't say he innocent. I said not guilty. That's it. Move on. Yep. As I told you before what I'll be thinking about. So I feel like everybody's story was embellished. I don't feel like they completely lying. But I feel like there's they're embellishing their story. Hold on, I'll be right back. Yeah, so that's how I feel about it. You said Diddy paid for the tape. What's the embellishment? Well, that's one predicate act. You ain't asked me about the others. Remember, I have to find two predicate acts to find him guilty. So what's the other predicate act, Kim? I submit to that. Okay, fine. But what's the other predicate act? You said then you wouldn't properly following jury instructions. No, I am following jury instructions, but I'm exercising jury nullification, which is legal. Y'all gotta look it up. It's legal for me to do that. Jury nullification is legal. Did you know that? You said, oh, so if you believe he's guilty of paying the video, that's evident. No, I'm practicing jury nullification on this. I feel like the charges against him is unfair. I feel like it's trumped up. I feel like he shouldn't have been charged with no RICO. I really feel that way. I came out the closet 2 videos ago. You weren't here. I already came out the closet about it. I said no. This shouldn't be a RICO case. So I'm practicing jury nullification. Okay, I'm practicing jury, and it's legal for me to do that. Now the judge cannot tell us about that. They can't have that in jury instructions, right? But I happen to know something about the law. Okay, I know about jury nullification. It's perfectly legal for me to do that. I feel like the charges are unjust. I don't feel like this is a criminal organization. I feel like they went for the gusto to get his money. So yes, jury nullification. He's not guilty. I didn't say he's innocent. I said by way of jury nullification, I feel like he's being overcharged. And nobody can sway me from that. I'm practicing jury nullification. Not guilty. Okay? You said unjust how if you just said you think he did it. No, I didn't say I think he did it. I don't know. I just said that the charges are unjust. I didn't say he was innocent, Cam. I said he's not guilty by way of jury nullification. It's a technical term. I happen to know about it, and people started to talk about it now when I started talking about it. Yes, jury nullification. That's called being biased. No, it's a legal. It's legal. Hold on. Hold on. Let me go to it before my. Let me read it to you. Let me read it. See, a lot of people might not know about it, but I do. What is jury nullification, Kim? Jury nullification occurs when a jury returns a not guilty verdict, even if they believe that the defendant is guilty, according to the law. This happens because the jury disagrees with the law itself, believes the law is being unfairly applied, or thinks the punishment is too harsh. Definition: when the jury acquits the defendant despite the evidence of guilt because they believe the law and its application is unjust. Is it legal, Kim? Yes, it is legal, but not a right that the jurors are typically told about. Encouraged? No, it's not encouraged. Judges and prosecutors typically do not inform jurors that they can nullify. Example: if a jury finds a defendant not guilty of drug possession, even with clear evidence, because they think the drug laws are unfair. Effect: the defendant is acquitted and cannot be retried due to double jeopardy protections. Controversy: some view it as a check on unjust laws. Others see it as undermining the legal system. Now, here's an important note. Jurors can do this, but lawyers cannot directly ask for nullification. Doing so can result in mistrials or sanctions. There you go. So it's perfectly legal. Yes, I'm practicing jury nullification on this. I feel like it should not have been a RICO. You said you don't know the punishment. I do know the punishment. We just went over it before the when the first video I talked about his charges. So we know what the potential punishment is. And I feel like it's unjust. I do. I feel like it's unjust. I really do. But it's okay for you not to feel that way. Like, this is good conversation, so I'm glad you brought it up, Cam. All right. Sorry about that. So yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because we can go over jury nullification again. I'm practicing jury nullification in this case. I feel like it's unjust. He should not be a criminal enterprise. Period. But if the evidence is there, sure, I'm not agreeing with you if the evidence is there. However, jury nullification. So I'm practicing jury nullification. Now, was he a domestic guy? Yes. He even submitted to that in the opening statements. His lawyer did. He should have been charged in state court for that then. Then I couldn't say nothing. But a whole RICO, he's not a gang. He's not a gang member. He's not a mafia member. He's not a mafia leader. Okay? He's not. And I don't like the fact that they're using the Mann Act because it was created for Jack Johnson. You mean to tell me you can go cross state line and it could be consensual? That was because of Jack Johnson. So no, jury nullification for me. Yes, I will hang that jury. Just know that. I don't care if they're yelling at me. I will be like this: sticks and stones can break my bones, but names will never hurt me. I will say that to them. You can say what y'all want. Jury nullification. That's it. Let's go home and let's get up out of here. And I will be doing all type of interviews. Jury nullification. No, actually, I wouldn't do no interviews because people will come for me. No, I'm not doing that. You just won't know. And I would tell the judge, I do not want to speak to the press. And please get me out of there safely. That's right. You said if he's charged with bribery, jury nullification, not guilty on bribery. Sorry. He gave the money back to her mother. Period. Cassie got her $20 million. So we did get justice here. Didn't she get her $20 million? She sure did. Now that can't take back the years of pain and stuff, but at least she got something. So, but they shouldn't have charged him with the RICO, in my opinion. I have strong opinions about that, and I'm about to make a whole videos on what jury nullification is about. I sure am. You better hope it don't go viral. They not let me go viral. I promise you that they not. Jury nullification. Period. You said no, man. Come on, giving it back does not take. You said does not take back the crime. Okay, I submit to that, Scoop. I'm with you on that. I do know that. However, Scoop, jury nullification. Yeah, bribery is under the RICO count. You have to prove two predicate acts within a 10-year period. And if you say he committed bribery, that's a predicate act. Okay, under the RICO. Thank you, Diddy Docket. So yes, if you believe, like I had said to Kim, okay, I submit to that. Okay, that's one predicate act. Where's the other one? And if you give me another one, I have to submit to that as well. But however, if I'm on that jury, you already know what it'll be. Breaking news, guys. It's been a whole week, and Mac's still doing the most up there. It's been a whole week, and we still can't come up with no verdict. Kim, we can come up and talk about predicate acts all day until we tired. But I'm going with jury nullification. I'm going with jury nullification. That's right. Jury nullification. And it's legal. It's perfectly legal. I can't go to jail for that. I feel like it's unjust. Period. I sat there and listened to the whole case, and I go there every day, and I feel like it's unjust. You said, Mac, the charges include sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. Nah, it ain't no sex trafficking, man. He ain't pimping. He ain't getting no money off this. And I know what you get. I know what you about to say. They ain't got to be involved. That I know. Jury nullification. I'm not biased. I'm not. I know some people say, "Oh, he guilty no matter what." That's fine. I submit, but the thing is, I feel like the charges are unjust. See, that's what we have to have a discussion about. Why do I feel that way? Okay, well, the reason why I feel that way is because he's not a gang leader. He's not a mafia boss, and he's not a gang leader, and it's not a criminal organization, in my opinion. You see? And if I feel that way, then I feel like the charges are unjust. And if I feel like the charges are unjust, I'm voting not guilty on everything. On everything. Not guilty. I told you the jurors are the most important people. You better hope glad I'm not on the jury. You said clearly it's a criminal organization. How so? Diddy, so the hotel workers are lying. I think they're telling half truths. Yes. And he did something he wasn't supposed to do. He recorded that video and showed his wife so she would believe him. He shouldn't have done that. So, not guilty. You said, what is he doing besides committing crimes? He was running that liquor company. He was running all type of media stuff. He was doing a lot. Entertainer. He was performing. He did shows. He did philanthropic work, philanthropy, everything else. Now, hold on. Now you said that's bias. Well, hold on now. He did submit to the domestic violence. He did. In the opening statements, they said he did it. So I'm not denying that. Yes, he did. He is bad about what he did. He is. He's bad. Yeah, Revolt TV. That's what I meant. Revolt TV. But as far as the domestic stuff, yes, he did. But he's not being. But that's not Rico though. Yeah, they already admitted to all that. So you don't believe he was giving people? Yeah, he admitted to that. They admitted to all that. They're not denying that he did that. That's not Rico. Yeah, see, I'm not going to be one of these content creators that's sitting up there um, knocking the attorneys and all that stuff. I didn't knock the state attorney, the government attorneys either. They doing a really good job. The government is doing a good job. The defense is doing a good job. However, I'm exercising jury nullification, not guilty, because it's unjust and it got racial undertones to it. It's racial. It's Rachel, man. You know why? Because that Mann Act. They need to get rid of the Mann Act. Now, if he was out there selling these women, then yeah, I'm like it's just, and that's Rico. If he was out there selling them and having them around and selling stuff on the dark web, but that's not in the evidence. I'm only going by the evidence, and based upon the evidence and based upon what he charged with, they overcharged him. Ashe. He sure did. I believe he got overcharged. And the reason why I think he got overcharged because if he lose this, they can start confiscating things. They are doing a good job. They're both fighting hard. They're doing really good jobs. I think the defense is doing a really good job. I most certainly do. You said held her hostage. She could have left. And she did leave, didn't she? She left eventually. She got tired of it and left. Jane Doe could have been left. But Jane Doe's like, look, I'm getting my rent paid. And she's still getting her rent paid. Okay? And he paying for her law attorneys. Not guilty by way of jury nullification. They overcharged the man. You might have inspired me now. So the rest of my content, I'm just jury nullification and how it applies to Diddy's case. I might just keep doing that. Jury nullification. What is your opinion on R. Kelly's imprisonment? That's a trick question. That's to get people to hate me now. I'm not answering that. I'm not answering that. That see, you brought that up, Sat, to try to get people to be attacking me now. No, I'm not doing that. Nope. We talking about Mr. Combs here. We leave R. Kelly out of this. R. Kelly ain't got nothing to do with this right here. That's another video. And I'm not even entertaining that. You said how much is Combs family paying you? Silicon Valley man, you should have known me by now that I don't take sides. You should know that. And for you to say that, you've been here a long time and you saying how much they paying me, they not paying me nothing. They not paying me anything. And you know the crazy part is, I'm so 100 that they ain't gotta pay me. And I'm saying this. That's how 100 I am. I'm 100, yo. No, that'd mess me up. Said I ain't going with that. I'm not saying you trying to, but I'm not going with that there. That there. I'm leaving that case alone. That there. And I'm leaving Weinstein alone too. That there. No, no, no. You said no. This biased. I'm not biased. I've already submitted to the domestic violence. Yes, he did. And he was giving people different things to take. The defense is not they not we passed that. We know that. Yeah, these grown folks knew what they were doing. And Jane Doe got some money out the deal. You said we need a Max versus Ticket debate. Why are you trying to put brothers against each other? That meant that brother getting his money. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to put brothers against each other, man. You know what I'm saying? I could see if you say Max versus Secret Service Sam, the one on YouTube, the one on TikTok that be sitting up there lying. I wish you could say that. Then I might entertain it. But no, I'm not going against my brother, man. That's my brother over there. You know what I'm saying? So if he over there getting his money, we not having no debates. No, let him get his money, man. I'm old school with it, man. I'm old school. We in a different type now. They want to put us against each other. I'm old for y'all entertainment. Y'all want us to put us against each other for our own y'all own entertainment value. No, I'm not doing that. That's my brother at the end of the day. If he was charged with this stuff, I'll be going to bat with him with jury nullification. Period. You said I don't watch them friendly. I don't want no friendly debate because it ain't friendly. I don't want no friendly debate. I want him to get his money over there. So that's how I feel about it. Yes, he's guilty of domestic violence. He ain't guilty of running no criminal organization. That's how I feel. I feel like it's unjust, and I feel like it's racial undertones to it, and that's just how I feel about it. Period. And they not paying me. They not paying me to say that. I'm just keeping it 100. That's just all it is. That's it. You got to respect the fact that I'm staying 10 toes down on it. And if you want me, this is what you want me to do. If you want me to sit in front of that courthouse with my tripod and say jury nullification, that's what I'm going to do. If that's what you want me to do, I will sit out there and say it. Jury nullification, man. Okay, Sat, you said, Max, I do think he was overcharged, but I'm sure if some charges are valid. Okay, but where do you think he was overcharged on? The criminal enterprise? Or, well, he beat Cassie to get her to participate. No, he already admitted to it already. We agree on that. He did. He did do some bad things. He did. He did. But I'm talking about a technical situation. Did they overcharge him? Yes. Even Sammy the Bull said that. Even Michael Francis said that they're former mobsters, and they said he got overcharged. So I'd rather believe them because they know about the RICO more than anybody else because they were in the RICO. They were mobsters. What they did was RICO. But look, but Kim and the rest of y'all, you can be well assured that I'm not on the jury. And what I'm gonna say right now, the jury are the most important people, not me. My opinion doesn't matter. The jury matters, but you better hope they ain't got nobody on the jury like me. This thing will be hung up so bad, it'll be crazy. You said my question is how is that not forced? You talking about the hotel incident. I'm agreeing with you. Yes, I'm agreeing with you. Me and you don't have no agreements, but the only disagreement we having is I feel like they overcharged them, and you feel like they haven't overcharged them. But as far as the domestic violence and the by force, I feel you on that. But I'm not. I'm voting not guilty. I'm not putting this brother away for eternity. He got a whole family out here. I'm not doing that. Why don't they put the what's his name away? What's his name? The Abercrombie and Fitch guy, man. That's trafficking right there. What he was doing, that's trafficking because he was getting paid off that allegedly. That's trafficking. That's more RICO than Puff is, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? So that's more of a RICO right there. Allegedly, even I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt of saying allegedly. I'm giving that man the benefit of the doubt, just like I'm doing Puff. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because he hadn't been found guilty of nothing yet. So it's allegedly. I wasn't there. We got to wait for the evidence on his case too. Allegedly. Lil Durk, allegedly. Lil Durk, allegedly. Okay. Sir, all violators have families. Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer had families too, but I believe that he's guilty. I believe in that. That was just verdict. Yeah, I know all violated, but no, Puff hadn't violated nothing. He's not get he's innocent until proven guilty, man. He's presumed innocent until proven guilty. The jury has not come back yet and said that he's guilty. So Puff ain't guilty on nothing as of right now. Max, all Diddy's charges fall under RICO. Do y'all know what jury nullification is? I just read what jury nullification is. I sure did. I don't think you were here, Sat, because you just came in when I read jury nullification. Kim was here. Kim was here. But I don't think you were here, Sat. And then for the other person to say, Max, are they paying you? This person's been around a long time. You should know me well by now. But I don't mind you saying that. You have a right to say that. I didn't get offended by you saying that because you probably think maybe I'm there every day. They might have reached me. That's not the case. I don't even talk to the family. I see them in the hallway and everything. Nope, they haven't reached me. And she didn't even come out and say she hate the man. Cassie. She didn't even say she hate the man. She didn't say that. And Jane, she hugged the defense attorney. Jane did. So jury nullification, man, not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty. I love saying this. I'm glad that you brought it up, Jane. I mean, excuse me, Miss West. I'm glad you brought it up. If I was on that jury would be hung. We would be deadlocked forever. It'll be a week. Like, damn, it's been 5 days now, and y'all like, damn, Max on that jury. What's going on? Y'all be like shaking y'all head. He up there hanging that jury. That's what he doing. Y'all be shaking y'all head at me. But see, y'all wouldn't even know if I'm on the jury or not. Y'all wouldn't know because I wouldn't tell you, and I wouldn't be doing no videos either because I can't. So y'all would know after y'all. Yeah, I wouldn't even tell y'all. To be honest with you, I wouldn't even tell you if I was on the jury. Mm-mm. Max, where you been? I've been working. That's it. It's a blessing to know the law because a lot of people don't know about jury nullification, and it's perfectly legal. Yeah, he received a bond. That doesn't mean he's not guilty. He's 80, and recently a judge ordered he has dementia and needs to be hospitalized. Oh, damn, I didn't know that. He's just as guilty. Yeah, I didn't know he had dementia. Well, fuck it. What they putting him on trial for then? He got dementia, man. Jury nullification on him too, yo. You heard me, jury nullification, man. Come on, man. He got dementia, man. Jury nullification, bro. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm following this trial right here. I'm not following his situation. They just said they put Bill Cosby in jail and he is just as old. Well, Bill Cosby, he got that overturned. And he wasn't supposed to be in trial anyway, Bill Cosby. I said that too. I said, I don't know why he on trial. He had an original agreement that they couldn't use that deposition against him. And what did they do? And I'm not trying to play devil's advocate here. I'm not. I just feel like the charges are unjust. That's all. Well, they put Vinny the Chin away though. Yasmin says she's sick of this trial. I'm ready for the verdict. Now, here's the thing, Kim. If the jury comes back and say guilty, I'm not going to say anything because that's the jury. We got to respect the jury over here. So if the jury come back and they feel like he guilty, then so be it. Kim said you are biased, and that's okay. Man, I like that you came in because we had that discourse on jury nullification. RICO and racketeering is different. Look it up. They charge him. He gets charged with racketeering. You don't respect the R. Kelly jury. Who? No, 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 Kim. Don't do that to me. We ain't talking about that because the jury has already made their decision on R. Kelly. He is serving his time right now. He is paying his debt back to society. The jury has already made their decision. So we don't go against the jury. The jury already made their decision. R. Kelly is guilty. It's not allegedly no more. He's guilty because the jury has spoken. Yes, indeed. You said he did profit off the enterprise. He didn't profit off of the what they say he profited. He made it. His enterprise through entertainment. He profit off that, but did he profit off this trafficking? Is that what you're saying? But as far as the R. Kelly verdict, he's guilty Kim. He's guilty on that. The jury spoke. We don't go against the jury. The jury has already rendered their verdict on R. Kelly, and he is paying his debt to society. But if I was on that trial, jury nullification. Ashe. You mean to tell me the history of this whole country, the only two people were charged with such charges was him and Diddy? No, I'm not buying that. No, Epstein, it would have been Epstein, but the rest is history. Now watch this. I do believe that Epstein was profiting off of that. So that's more of a racketeering right there. He was profiting off of that, I believe. That's a different situation. I don't know. She didn't want to stay. Cassie left. She got married and everything. She moved on. She didn't want to stay. When she made her mind up, she was gone. Now, granted, it was hard for her to leave just due to the circumstances of the DV situation. It's kind of hard for people to leave because we don't want to knock her for how long she stayed because it was domestic violence going on. So the doctor has already educated us on why people don't leave when they're in domestic violence situations. So we were educated on that already. So we don't knock her for staying for 11 years. Neither one of us was in that position. Or maybe some people are listening was in a position like that. But however, that situation is different. Like we can't knock her for staying so long. That's why people don't come out because people are like, well, why you stay so long? We can't knock people for staying for as long as they did. The fact of the matter is, what's important is she got out of it with her life. She's still living. Because all that stuff they took, her and Diddy said they lucky to be alive, and I do believe that they are lucky to be alive. The fact that she alive, she has a family, she's prospering, and she moved on. You said she was also trafficked. Well, but she's okay to have that opinion. We got to have differences of opinion here so we can have some type of conversation. So some people do believe that, Kim. They do. Some people do. Now, do I believe she was trafficked? No, I don't. Unless there's more to the story that I don't know about, but the evidence didn't say that to me. Unless there's more to the story. Now, if you wanna entertain the Epstein situation, yes. I believe even though he didn't meet a jury of his peers to convict him because he took his life, but I believe that's trafficking. Yes. And I do believe the Abercrombie and Fitch guy, that possibly, I didn't hear the evidence yet, that could be trafficking. It could be. You said, well, do I think she was lying about being beat during the freak offs? No, we saw it on video. We saw it on video. The video doesn't lie. And that was coming from a freak off because what's his name was there in the hotel room. So we saw that on video that he was laying hands on her. We saw that. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, there could be more to the story than they telling, but unfortunately, that didn't come out in court. We can only go by what's going on in court. So that's the only thing I go by. You said Ken West objection leading. Why not ask Max what he thinks instead of saying you think? Yeah, she's saying that I'm this and I'm that, but no, I don't agree with the beating. I don't agree with that. I don't. But here's what I would say to you. Let's wait and see what the jury does. Now, if the jury comes back and say that he's guilty on all counts, then we don't have no arguments. We're not going to sit here and go against the jury. We're not. We didn't go against the jury with R. Kelly, and R. Kelly's sitting there doing time right now. We did not go against the jury with Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine is doing I can't get her name right, but you know who I'm talking about. Um, she's serving her time right now. So we're not going against the jury. You said, how is that not forcing? But we're going to see what the jury says. You got to understand, like, I have to give you this disclaimer. My opinion doesn't matter at the end of the day. The only people that matter is those 12 men and women of the jury. That's it. We're just having conversation about it. But I don't matter. I really don't. I'm not putting myself down, but it's a matter of fact. It is. I don't matter. Nope. The jury is important. That's why, the jury is so important. That's why they let a juror go, because he wasn't factual on his jury form. He was not factual. So they had to let him go. I'm not calling, I'm not saying that's wrong to let him go. If you lied on your jury form, what else are you going to lie about? I mean, are you going to be able to be a just, So I'm okay with that. You got to stay within the rules. We got to have decorum. We got rules. Max can still be convicted of the same charge even if the juror nullifies. No, if a jury is nullifying, that means he's saying not guilty. It has to be unanimous. The verdict has to be unanimous on all counts for a conviction. So if I'm sitting up on that jury and I'm nullifying, I'm practicing nullification, we're hung up now. The jury is hung. He's not gonna know. We are tried by a jury of our peers. That's right. And if I was on the jury, man, y'all be getting some news. Y'all sure would. Y'all be getting some news. Y'all be getting some news you can use. Like somebody on that jury is holding out. And I don't care if they yell at me. I don't care. I'll just sit there and go into a nice space in my mind. Okay, I'll be on a beach somewhere, in a nice place, and not caring what these people saying. That's it. We could be sitting there a week. As long as they provide us some food, I'm good. I'll be sitting there as long as it takes. You said, I hope she testifies for the defense. Well, we'll see next week, but her name hasn't come up as far as the people that's left to testify. It's only 5 people left, and she ain't one of them. You said, at least you admitted you are biased based on race and him being a father. I didn't say that. I didn't say based on race. I said the Mann Act is racial. It is. It's a matter of fact. It's historical fact. But what you got to do is you got to go do your research on the Mann Act and how it started racially. It's racial. It is. It is. His lawyers even said it too. It is racial. It's just a matter of historical fact. Now, I said I'm not willing to put a man away um, based on I think they overcharged him. If I think they overcharged him, I'm exercising jury nullification. Yes, he do got a family. I'm not trying to take him away from his family if I feel like it's unjust charges. Yes, right. I'm not doing that. And the crazy thing is, somebody tried to put me against Ticket TV. You be damned if you do, damned if you don't. Did you know people going against Ticket TV right now? You know that? Go look at his chat. They getting at him in the chat. They're saying he's biased and everything else. So you damned if you do, damned if you don't. So if I had the same position as him, it'll be people in here saying, going against me still. So you just have to live your truth like he's doing and stand on it like a rock. He's standing on it. He said, this man guilty as fuck. He's standing on it. And people still getting at him about it. They still are. So if I sit here and appease you right now and say, okay, all right, he's guilty, Kim. All right, I'm voting guilty. Somebody here still gonna go against me. So I might as well just keep it 100 with myself. And guess what? Everybody can agree that my opinion don't matter. So it don't matter what I'm saying. I can't influence the jury. They're not supposed to be listening to this anyway. So my opinion don't matter. The jury matters. But what I'm telling you is, if somebody on that jury feels the way I do, I already know how this ended. Judge, we can't come up with a verdict on nothing. We just can't. We can't come up with a unanimous decision on nothing. That's right. Yes, he is guilty of domestic violence. He's already submitted to it. He's already guilty of being a user and everything else. Okay, taking drugs, everything, illicit sex, all that stuff. However, I feel like they overcharged him, like Sammy the Bull said. I'm going with Sammy the Bull and Michael Francis. Okay. Now, what did Sammy the Bull say? Even though he said that he shouldn't have a RICO, he said he would have put a 38 to him if he was in the mob. See, he wouldn't have went to trial if he was in the mob. Okay, they would have been took care of him. Tommy Karate would have been took care of him, if you know who that is. He would have been took care of him. The Grim Reaper, you know who the Grim Reaper is. He would have been taken care of him. But this ain't the mafia, and he is not a mob boss, and he's not a gang leader. So I believe they overcharged him. Thank you. That's how I believe it. Now, as far as the Weinstein case, they had a holdout in the jury probably, and they didn't come up with a verdict on all counts. I believe they got him on one count though. They found him guilty on one count, I believe. Correct, guys? He was found guilty on one count, right? And they were hung up on the other counts, correct? So they can charge him again with the other counts. They can come back. He can go back to court on that because they couldn't come up with a verdict, so they can have another trial for those other three counts. Okay, one count. So okay, so if he got one count, so he is gonna do some time. He already doing time now on the federal level, so that's gonna add another 10 years. Yeah, there's a lot of people saying that YouTube unfolded that the same may happen to Puff. He may be found guilty on something. Now, Kim, if you notice in here, people in here are in agreement that he may be found guilty on something. And I'm not knocking y'all on that because he probably will be found guilty on something. I'm talking about myself. If I was on the jury, I'd be practicing jury nullification. But if you want to have the conversation on what do I think he might be found guilty on, that's a different conversation. I had said before you came in here, Kim, that he needs to be nervous. So I did say that. So we're almost in agreement here because I'm like he might be found guilty on something now. I said he has a right to be concerned here. But I'm talking about if it was me on the jury, yeah, not guilty. But as far as but I don't matter, Kim. So we need to talk about what do you think he's gonna be found guilty on? If you think he's gonna be found guilty on everything, I can't argue with you. I can't argue with you because I'm there every day and it don't look good. So I can't argue with you. So I think that's the conversation we need to be having. Um, yeah. But I think it does trigger people though, Kim, when I say I'm practicing jury nullification and all this domestic violence is going on. That's what's the triggering part. So I get why you might be triggered over it. Trust me, I do. I can see all sides. Look at Nita. She said free Diddy. You said Tisa tells making more sense. So why are you over here if she making more sense? Why are you over here? You over here because I know what I'm talking about legally. That's why you over here. That's why, because I break everything down. So why don't you talk about the stuff that I did break down? Why don't you talk about that? Why don't you talk about the stuff that I did break down? I broke down this whole case. I broke down the charges. I talked about how much time is he facing because they get him on the sex trafficking. I said that's a mandatory minimum of 15 years, and the judge cannot sentence him under the 15 years because it's a mandatory minimum. I broke all this down. In fact, I'm the only one doing that besides the other lawyers. I'm the only one that's doing it that's not a lawyer. I'm the only one that's not a lawyer. That know what I'm talking about and breaking this shit down. But see, you want to be hung up on different things, and then you want to try to put me down, saying she make more sense. Don't try to put me against my sister, man. That's my sister at the end of the day. I talk to her every day, just to let you know. She know who I am. She said, "You gonna be here tomorrow?" I said, "Yeah, Tease, I'll be here tomorrow." No, don't try to put me against my sister, man. She doing it out here. I want her to make all the money. I'm not a hater. That's right. And I'm not a hater of Ticket TV because I think he's funny as fuck. Okay? But he still be getting hate. Even Tisa getting hate. See, here's the thing. I be damned if I do, damned if I don't. Because she getting hate too. She getting hate so much they try and kick her out the courtroom. Snitching. That's the kind of hate she getting. Ticket getting hate. I see he blocking people left and right. He blocking so many. You think but the Kembe Mutombo, he blocking people so much. So you be damned if we do, damned if we don't. But those still my brothers and sisters at the end of the day, they making money. And I want them to make all the money. Don't try to sit up here and try to, because you don't sit up here, Jesus, and sit up here and say that you don't have an avatar and we don't know what you look like. No, don't do that. You don't have a right to do that. And we don't know what you look like. So don't sit up here and try to put us against each other. You could be sitting up there in your dirty ass underwear for all we know right now. You need to get an avatar with a real picture. So we won't think you're a bot. No, don't do that. Don't put me against my sister now. Don't do that. I like Tisa Tales, and she doing her thing over here. She doing her thing, and I ain't knocking Cass either because she got her 20 million. I'm not knocking her either. I don't dislike Jane either. I told you she looking up there looking like $1 million, looking good. Shit, I'm not a hater over here. I like all of them. I want everybody to be prosperous and do this YouTube stuff. That's right. I see Tisa every day, and she's a really nice person. She is. And did you know if I go up to her and say, "Hey, Tisa, can you give me a drop real quick?" She'll do it. And she don't have to do it. She could be all Hollywood acting. She don't have to do it, but she would. I don't ask her because I'm not like trying to be in nobody's business like that. Because she got to do her thing and get out of there. She's all business. She do her thing, she conduct her business, and she go home. Okay, so it's really a good thing out there. No, you're not gonna do that so you can go back to tell her I'm sitting up here hating. Nah, you're not doing that. No, you're not doing that, yo. You clip this if you want. If you want to clip something, clip this. No, I'm not a hater. I want her to get all the money. So you better clip that and go tell her that. Because I have the ability to tell her myself. Because I'm there every day. So no, thank you. And you're not gonna go back to Ticket TV and say, "Oh, Max over here talking." No, I want him to get all the money. Go tell him that. I want him to get all the money. I want him to make 50,000 in 1 month. Okay, I want him to make 50, 60,000 in 1 month because that motivates me to try to do it. No, man, I ain't no hater over here. You should know that, Jesus. You've been over here long enough. You should know that. I know it's you. I know it's the same Jesus, and you should know better. You should know better, Jesus, that I'm not like that. Ashe. Yes, indeed, Jesus. I wish Liz was here to see you say it. And you know, Jesus, you've been following me for you've been over here for a very long time, Jesus. You've been over here since you remember Mark Seaver's trial. Don't act like you don't. You remember. Yes, you do. Jesus ain't no troll, y'all. He just need to get an avatar so we know who he is. He always had that green avatar. Gen X, Gen, you already have a channel. You said I'm a paralegal and I need to make a Gen X. You already got a channel. It's called Gen X Gen 7. Gen 7 7. So what you got to do now, Jen, is you got to make some videos right now since you said it. So if you come up in here again, I'm going to keep bugging you about it. So you should have never told me that. So you need to go ahead and just hit record right now. You too, Jesus, because you always got a comment on something. So I don't where your videos at, and I will support you too. If you make videos, I'll support you too. So you need to go make some videos, Jesus, because I haven't seen you since Moses built the ark. I knew you were coming, because you always show up when cases are around. You always do. You always do, Jesus. I don't hate Jesus. Jesus, he always have he's been Jesus watch these cases. He does. But he need to get his ass an avatar. I'm tired of that green J. But anyway, let me get off Jesus. I don't know. If y'all disagree with me, I don't care about the disagreement. I don't care about all that. I don't care about the disagreement because we got to have disagreements over here. We can't have a situation where everybody agreeing the same. We got to have some conversation over here because you guys represent the jury. Even you too, Miss West. You represent the jury, so we got to have some type of discourse over here. And yes, Jen, you laughing, but now you got to have a video now. So let me know when you put out your first video so we can share it. Because look, you're a paralegal. You know more about this than we do. So why? What? So look, now that you said that you thinking about making a video, that means you want to do it because you wouldn't have said it. So yes, you two unfolded. I encourage her. Now she popping like none other. And I don't know why she don't put her links up in here. I don't know why she don't, but she's popping over here. Don't make no mistakes about it. She popping. And Kim, you might need to start one too, Kim. You said unfortunately the jury is allowed to be no. We don't want to say that, Kim. Not over here. We don't know yet. No, you said that's how I have admitted. Kim, you bugging. Kim, she tripping. Listen. Kim, I'm not the jury. The jury is the most important people in the courtroom, Kim. No, when I say that we represent the jury, what I meant was any one of us could have been on the jury. That's what I mean. So go ahead and start a channel, Kim, if you want, and we'll share your videos too. What's up, Howard? But yeah, I like that we have differences of opinion because it helps with the conversation. So the conversation won't be dry. Um, but see, here's the thing, Kim. If I put a poll up right now, you will be surprised on how everybody agree with you. If I put a poll up right now, right, you will be surprised. And we already did a poll already. Most people think that he'll be found guilty on something. What's up, Coco? I'm gonna do that on the second video because I'm already at 3%. So I'm about to end this one and then I'm gonna do a part two. And then I'm gonna break down what makes a RICO according to legal sources. It's not according to me, it's according to what I did research on. Also, I do recommend that you check out some of the legal analysts that are there as well as YouTubers. You know Attorney Simone? You know who Attorney Simone is, right? I direct you to if anybody got a link Attorney Simone channel, put it in here. I have recommend you to go over to Attorney Simone. I recommend you to go to um Bruce Rivers. Just type in Bruce Rivers. Type in the Law and Crime Network. Okay. I recommend you to go there to get your legal stuff. I'm over here doing research. I'm not a legal person, so I reckon if you're gonna do legal, go over there. But we doing the research as we go on the fly over here. Yeah, Attorney Simone know her stuff. So if you want that taste of it, you got to go to Attorney Simone. Oh, matter of fact, go to her latest video. Go to Attorney Simone latest video. If anybody got the link to Attorney Simone Celebrity, you got her link. Could you put her link in here? Okay, cool. YouTube Unfolded, put Attorney Simone. So go to Attorney Simone, tell her I sent you. But go to Attorney Simone and she's gonna break it down for you. Where is Cam? Right, I know Cam. So okay, so Cam, you already know Bruce already. So go to Bruce, and Cam, check out Attorney Simone too. Cam, check out Attorney. I'm glad you're here. I haven't seen you. You've been here before, Cam West. I remember you. You've been here before. I'm glad you can make it. Glad you could stop by for a little bit because you could be anywhere else in the world. And you decided to come over here and have some discourse with me, and I appreciate you because you actually helped. Sorry about that. Yeah, we can learn from the we can learn. Hopefully you come back. We can talk about later. We can talk about, let me see. Well, you already in agreement with most people already, Kim. Everybody feel like he's gonna be found guilty on something. So you're already a part of the gallery. Everybody agree already. I think I think that he should be nervous. Yes, he should be. Now, why do I feel that way? Okay. So now we can get into this. Why do I feel that he should be nervous? Because if you look at the Mann Act, okay, if you break down the Mann Act, which we already did, under the Mann Act, that's a predicate act. Now, what is the Mann Act? If you cross state lines for the purposes of illicit sex acts, right? And it could be consensual. It can also be consensual, right? That's a predicate act. Now, what is another predicate act? You mentioned the bribery thing. That could be a predicate act. You can mention potentially the arson if you believe Capricorn Clark's story, or if you believe that Kid Cudi is telling the truth. All of those are predicate acts, right? But let's go back to the Mann Act for a minute. The Mann Act is very problematic because it can be consensual. And it doesn't have to be prostitution. It doesn't have to be for the purposes of prostitution. It can be illicit sex acts, and it can be consensual. So that's why I say, yes, he has a right. He should be nervous right now. And also, Ken, we can go back to what you were saying before about coercion. Now, if you believe Jane's testimony when she said they had a fight and then she had to hurry up and get ready, and then if you saw the Cassie video, which you did see, it it's an uphill battle, and I believe he has a right to be nervous. He does. Right. You said it's nope, it's about 3 to 4 so far. Right. So my question, you guys, do you believe that the state has, I mean, the government has met their burden on that right there? Now, if you said you've already counted 3 to 4 so far, you have to say yes, they have met their burden on that. So that's why I say he has a right to be nervous. So then also, like I said, those attorneys that I just mentioned to you guys, check them out, especially Attorney Simone. Only reason why I say Attorney Simone, because Attorney Simone is in the courtroom every day. She's there every day because I see her. And she gives really good insight because she's an attorney. So yeah, she's really good. She's really good. Um, there's a few others that's there too. One of the NBC analysts, your ABC analyst, you know what I'm talking about? The young lady, she's an ABC analyst. She's a defense attorney as well. She's there. I see her every day. And also the guy, I forget his name. He's a former um, Brooklyn um, public defender, and he's on ABC as a legal analyst. All of them are really good, so check them out as well. They have social medias as well. I just don't have it on me right now, but they're there every day. and they said it don't look good, but they haven't really given like a strong opinion because they work for ABC. They're doing the legal analysis part, so check them out. Yeah, good. Is Good Logic there every day? Celebrity though. I was talking about the attorneys that's there. I believe that person is there as well. Okay, yeah, Good Logic is there too. So check them out because they know the particulars that I don't. They know all the jargon and all that. I know a lot, but they do this every day. They do this for a living. So you want to check them out. Scroll up on Chris Matthews for they gave a link if you scroll up for Attorney Simone. Okay, he's been there for this since the first week, so they know what they're doing. And I listen to them on a daily. So I'm giving you the people that I listen to on a daily. And I remember it was funny because Attorney Simone, she had all these cameras around her, right? And she was just breaking it down. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, we might want to listen to her breakdown, man. She's real good. And she breaks it down where you can understand it. She don't dumb it down, but she break it down to where you can understand it fully. No, I don't think Kim is a hater, Anita. She's not a hater. She's been here before. She hadn't been here in a minute, but she's been here before. She's not a hater. It's just some people drop in every now and then. I remember Kim. Sure do. Sure do. Sure do. But you gotta understand, we're gonna have we gotta have like we can't have people agreeing on everything because we already did a poll here and you guys already had spoken already. So we feel like he's guilty on something. He's gonna be found guilty on something. Now, why when I talk about jury nullification, it's not really popular to talk about why because that's something that he can get off on if the jury feels that way. So people don't really want to talk about that. So I brought it up. Now other people are bringing it up now, though. They are. What's up, Cyrus? No, they talking about Kim in the chat. YouTube unfolded. We had a nice discussion today. We'll continue it later, I guess. If you guys ain't, it's raining out here. It ain't nothing for me to do. We got a nice dreary day. Washing off that pollen. We need that to wash off the pollen if you got allergies. So this is a good day for that. Um, but yeah, we would. Um, but anyway, let me get up out of here. I will call you guys a little later. Well, not call you guys. I'll get on a little later. And I will. You say 86, I believe. That's nice. 60's here. 64. All right, guys. I'll catch you guys later on the next one.